What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:18 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through as I adjust this foam dick in my face. Yeah, that fucked up the monetization right there, didn't it? Monetization right there. I had to move some stuff around because I had some cable work I needed to do underneath my desk. So, if you can hear me, give me a 1. Make sure everything is streaming correctly. Because at first the music wouldn't play and I couldn't hear it, so it was hooked up differently. So now I can cycle between both screens like a good little dog found. There we go. And only thing that's acting up right now is YouTube side. Playing the music is actually delayed. It will delay and wait and pause and all that crap beforehand. But then StreamYard took a pause too at the same time. So I don't know what this shit is. I don't know what the issue is. Do not know. I get paid monthly. I hope you don't think you're getting paid monthly for shitty fucking connections and a bunch of fucking issues that are not my own. There we go. Let's get that. There we go. One screen out the way. There we go. There we go. Now we don't have that fucking black halo sitting there, and you can't see my microphone. So if everything is clear, let's get into the show, shall we? I was trying to do my sexy radio guy voice with the down beat, but I can't get the BGS and the Meech voice. I can't get the Meech voice. Only if I haven't had my coffee can I get the Meech voice. I can get deep. I can get real deep. Deep all up in that voice game. All right, so shout out to the Malika Meat Bang for supporting the stream early. He started supporting the stream on Thursday. Y'all got to catch up because Malika be on the spot. So appreciate your brother Malika. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate Excuse me. Something in my fucking eye. Next one goes out to everything wants to move slow. Shout out to the 2 Triv. He said for the Geek Elite. Donated yesterday. See, people beating y'all to the punch, man. Don't be last. Be first. Black folks gotta keep up, not catch up. It's easier that way. So shout out to 2 Triv. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, 2 Triv. How many people actually remember that it's Thanksgiving next week? I'm not even processing that correctly. I've had a whole Thanksgiving at work, deep fried turkey and everything, and I'm still not processing in my head that Thanksgiving is next week. And Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. It's not processing correctly for some reason. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. Maybe because I've been being thankful and being thankful all month. Good. Let's see, I'm going to have to reset up the mic. I have to set up the mic in front of me. It's going to have to sit right there. I know where I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it right here next to the mic, next to the camera. So every time I speak, I'm speaking right into the mic. Next one goes out to Swift. Swift said for the Geek Sunday tribute. Appreciate you, Swift. always faithful. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. I will tell you all this. There's a couple of news things that I want to touch on today. Dr. T just sent me one earlier this morning about the century casting, which I'll get into. And then I got some stuff. The only thing I didn't see this weekend was Invincible episode 3. I didn't get a chance to see that one yet, but I've been on call this weekend, so you know what it is. All right, next one goes out to no one. No message. I didn't mean to send you the little cutesy face. I didn't mean to send that to you. I was just talking while I did it, and I just hit it. So, shout out to the no one. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you. I am looking for 15 contributors today, and we are 2/3 of the way there, or 1/3 of the way there. And this funny guy right here, he's so funny. I will give you the right one this time. Shout out to the no one, the package man in the building, saying, Maestro, please. And with that, I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on
Shit. Shout out to another Joe representing, JT coming through, dragging his nuts. You must have had a good day, homie. I still ain't heard yet. Still ain't heard yet. Are we making egg rolls or what? Like, I trash, he says. He says, I trash. Appreciate you, JT, for the photo. Appreciate you, sir. I will give you the double that, not once, but 2 times. 2 times, my brother.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Sputtered on my side, so I'm gonna do that shit again.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. All right. Let's see who else we got around the building. Do my romper room. Who romped into the room? See my boy AB Media in here. There we go. Why is everything delayed? Everything with a goddamn computer chip is delayed as shit today. I gotta start throwing coffee on all this stuff too. Shout out to Ilongo Savage. What's good with you? You got deep fried turkey early? Yeah, I last year at my job they had never had a deep fried turkey, and they were going to do this, staff luncheon for Thanksgiving, and they didn't trust anybody to have time to bake the damn turkey. So I told them, "Hey, you could deep fry it," because that's me. I'm a troubleshooter, right? Problem solver. I said, "Hey, you can deep fry it. It's actually quicker." Like, really? You have a deep fryer? So I think I got one in storage. I can go pull it out. And then I went to storage and remembered I'd actually given my deep fryer away. I think I gave it away or I couldn't find it. Right. So I went and bought another one. Went to Home Depot, bought another deep fryer and brought it to work. And they were like, "Oh God, you bought this? You didn't need to buy this." Like, dude, it's fucking cheap. It's nothing. Fucking $40. Like, what? Man, deep fry this goddamn turkey. Now, I bought the deep fryer, the peanut oil, all that shit. Or no, I bought the deep fryer. They had to go get the peanut oil. But they didn't let me deep fry the turkey. My supervisor deep fried it. He had never deep fried a turkey. Anyway, it came off. He didn't burn it or anything like that. It was just a bit dry because apparently all them folks like white meat. So it was a bit dry. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. It was the first time he did it. It is what it is. But it was the first time a lot of them had it anyway. So I don't know what they was comparing it to. So this year, supervisor came back to me and asked me, did I mind if they used the deep fryer? I was like, no, I bought that shit for this job site. It's here. It's been sitting there under my workbench since last year. Yeah, you can use that motherfucker. So you lucky you trying to do it now because I almost took it home last week when I was off because I was going to deep fry turkey at my building. So yeah, knock yourself out. But once again, yeah, let me deep fry the shit. Some people was asking for it too. They was asking for me to deep fry it because it was dry last year. And I'm like, no, I think he's doing that. And sure enough, the supervisor deep fried it again this year, and everybody was eating up all the white meat. And I'm like, whatever. I take this turkey leg. I'll take this turkey leg. So it is what it is. But even still, I'm still not feeling it's Thanksgiving vibe. I'm not really feeling that. Like everybody is rushing towards Christmas so hard, it turns me off from actually trying to celebrate Christmas. The only thing I'm looking forward to with Christmas is I want to go ice skating. I want to have some hot apple cider, and I might want to see some Christmas decorations in the city. But that's not until December. I'm not thinking about that shit until December. I don't work retail anymore. I don't have to do that. Start stressing about Christmas in fucking September no more. No siree. Not for me. Chat, she cool. We'll chat, laugh not loud. She cool. Okay. Well, I figured she was cool. I'm just seeing if she was interested in more than just talking about your books. But that's okay. We'll talk. You got to come through so you can see the King of Wakanda greeting you in the dinner debauchery. This might be Wakanda right now because I'm telling you, every time I pass the hallway and that statue is in the hallway, I'm waiting for that thing to come alive. I'm really waiting to walk in that hallway and not see that motherfucker sitting on that panther. I really am. Too much detail. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit. Deciding if I need to put his ass back in the box or not. Oh, great. Now there's an update. Fuck you. That's why the thing was dragging. Updates? Fuck you. Piss on your updates. And I just got a picture from a friend of mine. She's making homemade tamales. I sent her a middle finger back. I see what the fuck you making today, and I don't get no damn tamales. Love me some fucking tamales. I want to see that shit. So I don't have a problem flipping off people. See if I can bait somebody into saying hello to me. All right, so moving on. Sorry about that. Who else is in here? We got the no one in here. He said he found the actual magical Negro trailer and articles. Well, you got a wrench for a reason. I mean, kicking people out and dropping links in the chat because I can actually trust you not to be doing no dumb shit. So drop it in there. Shout out to Toya the Tutor. Is that you or is that AI? I can't tell. Messing up my lip love. with the AI pictures. That look like it might be AI. I don't know. See, now I'm suspect of your picture, Toya. Now I'm suspect. I can't look at that shit and be like, yeah, that's cute. I could be like, I think that might be AI. Trying to convince me. Gotta convince me. All right. Not that many people in here. Everybody over at I think it's Black Ram spot. That's good. He ain't talking geek shit. I am. That's the downside of being a geek on YouTube in the black section. All right. So what's this first thing I want to bring up and talk about? Because I know Aria suggested a couple of reaction videos that I should watch. One of which, since JT is in here, he can actually watch that shit with me, which is the Yu Yu Hakusho trailer on Netflix. I'm not a big Yu Yu Hakusho fan. I didn't watch that shit. I really didn't. I know what it is. I just did not watch it. It wasn't interesting to me. But JT, that's his show. That is his Yu Yu Hakusho is his shit. Read the manga and everything. So JT, if you got time, you want to come up and do a reaction to that trailer with me, I'm all for it, homie. I will call in and assist. I will phone a friend. Because like I told y'all before, I see a lot, but I don't watch everything. And I know a lot, but I don't know everything. I don't have a problem with relying on other people's knowledge who actually know more than me on a given subject. That's called humility. What the hell? All right. Sorry. Messages. All right. You know how it is. Nobody mess with you for 2 hours, and then right 15 minutes before the show, everybody calls, but nobody actually watches the show. And JT said he did see the Marvels. It was fine. Told you. Told you. Was it the greatest? No. Was it the worst? No. I'm sure you've seen the worst. You the one brought me fucking Turbo Kid to watch. So I'm sure you've seen some of the worst shit. Yeah, you definitely got questions about the Yu Yu Hakusho live action. I would too. Netflix is going, putting all their money in bringing classic anime to live action life, which I can appreciate that a little bit. I mean, they get mixed results, but it is what it is. A fucking TikTok, no one. A fucking TikTok. You know how I hate TikTok. I can't stand fucking TikTok. Can I get this? Goddamn. No, I can't. I gotta bring it up on my fucking phone. No one. This is for no one, y'all. Don't anybody else jump in on this shit too quickly, please, because I still got the rest of the show to do. No one. Drop it in the back chat. Drop that link in the back chat because I can't highlight it from here and open it. It won't even let me highlight that comment here. Yeah, I can't do it here. So drop it in the back chat so I can open that up, please. Because I actually want to see this trailer. I got pissed off that I did a whole reaction stream and it was a fan-made trailer. That pissed me off. You could put that same TikTok link in there. No one. It might bring it up with that too. Doesn't have to be necessarily straight through YouTube. All right, moving on. So let's see if I can pull this article up real quick. Do. Who do you want to listen? Who do we want to actually believe? IGN or Screen Rant? Who do we want to believe? Comicbookmovie.com. Yeah. Gizmodo. Yeah. Let's go IGN. Internet Gaming Network. All right, let's bring this up and do a little read along. Let's do a little read along. Perhaps I should move it to. Oh, that's so much fun. The other screen. I'm happy. All right, so you got this article. It's on IGN. It's about Stephen Yeun playing the Century, Marvel's The Century. And for all of you who don't read comic books, the Century is a character that was created about 15, 20 years ago. And it was put in like it was an old character created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Like they had made this character back in the day and forgot about it. But that was just a story around the character. The character is actually not that old. Basically, what the character is another version of Marvel's own Superman. The only thing with the Century in Marvel fashion is that their super powerful characters have to have a mental disability. And what is it? Robert Reynolds? Robert Reynolds' actual character is that, yes, he has the power of 1,000 exploding suns inside of him. Sun-based powers, giving him flight, super strength, eye beams, all that kind of shit, right? The dark side to his power is what's called the void. And the void is like him, but stronger, and it wants to control and destroy everything. So because Robert Reynolds is kind of crazy, mentally disturbed, he can turn into the damn void. And the void will kill everybody. So to stop his powers back in the day, I believe it was Reed Richards created a device and helped Robert Reynolds forget that he was the Century. So the void could not take him over at some point. So basically, it's the short version of it is it's a character that is super powerful, but his dark side is if he gets too powerful, he will turn into this other character. So there is no limit and a limit on him at the same time. Right. Now, it's just some white guy character, right? I like the Century as a character because you can get a little interested interplay with this character being heroic, but possibly going crazy at the same time. You never really know 100% that he's on your side, but it's just a standard affair with Marvel characters being dissociative identity or schizophrenic or hearing voices. It's the same standard affair with them, right? So another Superman version character, whatever. This is in the same world where they have their what's his name, Supreme or whatever it was. Like, okay, they got a couple of them, dude. Like Hyperion. They have their Hyperion. They got a bunch of Superman knockoffs. A bunch of them. In some respects, you can count Blue Marvel, Adam Bashir is one too. They just do. It's just what it is. What up, BMT? Trigger Man in the building. I got y'all covered now. So let me go ahead and read this damn article and see what it's about. Marvel's The Century Explained. Who is Stephen Yeun's Thunderbolts character? Now, this is happening in the Thunderbolts movie, which is kind of interesting to me. I am interested to see what happens in the Thunderbolts movie. I'm hoping they go with the Dylan run when he was doing the art, when it was the black, white, and red Thunderbolts with Punisher and stuff like that on it, because that would be interesting. The fact that they have the leader showing up could have him on the Thunderbolts team. or using Red Hulk, which should happen. I'm fine with that. I'm really curious about what's going to happen in this movie. I'm not mad at seeing Florence Pugh again because I told you it's my new young crush, and I do want to see Winter Soldier again, actually being Winter under some control soldier. Could be fun. So anyway, Stephen Yeun has been cast as Marvel's most powerful and dangerous superhero, which means what? Just in that sentence, what does it mean? It means that the Century is not going to hang around a long time. I don't see him hanging around a long time because Stephen Yeun is a pretty good actor and he gets a lot of roles. If I'm correct, Stephen Yeun is the one doing Invincible right now. He can go do a major motion picture with no problem. So I don't think he'll be hanging around long as the Century. I think the Century will die at some point. Marvel's upcoming, well, this is by Jesse Schiedner, and it was November 7th. Posted November 17th and updated November 17th. A minute later. He must have had a typo or something. All right. Marvel's upcoming Thunderbolts movie is still shrouded in mystery, but one important piece has fallen into place. The Walking Dead's Robert Kirkman let slip that actor Stephen Yeun is playing the Sentry. This Superman-esque hero is finally making his MCU debut, and that means the entire world should be very, very afraid. Why, pray tell? Who is the Sentry, and why is he both Marvel Universe's greatest hero and worst nightmare? Let's break down the history of this mentally unstable hero and how he may fit into the plot of Thunderbolts. Now, I have the original Sentry books and comics. They're in storage, in my boxes in storage. So maybe I'll pull them out before this movie comes out so y'all can see some of this old stuff, because I know you're not going to be able to go back and find it in any bins. It won't be there. It will not be there. You'd have to find somebody who actually has the books so you can actually see them or look them up online. These are the topics to cover. Who is Stephen Yeun, Thunderbolts character in the Sentry, the Sentry's powers and abilities, such as the Sentry's secret origin, the Sentry as an Avenger, how the Sentry fits into the Thunderbolts movie. Oh, well. I hate all these goddamn ads on articles nowadays. Just get to this fucking story. You pull all these ads out, you find out they didn't really write shit. It's really short. It's not even a page. All right, who is Stephen Yeun's Thunderbolts character, the Sentry? The Sentry is quite possibly the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe. He's not. I put it on Blue Marvel. He's also the most dangerous. He's not. I still put it on Blue Marvel. Once an ordinary man, Robert Reynolds, fucking dumbasses. He consumes a serum that granted him the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. I said 1,000. Okay, it was 1,000,000. Unfortunately, the power comes with an incredible cost. There's a dark side to the Sentry's personality known as the Void. For every act of good the Sentry performed, the Void counteracts it with an evil deed. Fighting against his inner darkness and maintaining his sanity is a losing battle for Robert Reynolds. Still, when the time calls for a powerful hero, there's no better suited to the job than the Sentry. Now, one of the reasons why his name is a Sentry, because it's supposed to be 100 exploding suns. It didn't used to be 1,000,000. Just saying. Sentry's Sentry's powers and abilities. This is the thing that most people I always want to skip to and understand. Sentry's powers stem from an experimental serum, one of the many formulas developed as a potential replacement for the super soldier serum after World War II. The serum is said to accelerate his molecules an instant forward in time. What that means in practice is that the Sentry is an incredibly strong hero with an almost limitless array of powers. As the Sentry, Robert's strength is easily on par with heroes like the Hulk and Thor. He can fly and move at incredible speeds. His enhanced senses and his practically invulnerable. He can also absorb and project energy, allowing him to perform feats like fire and energy blast, teleportation, and pacifying a rampaging Hulk. In terms of power, the Sentry is truly Marvel's answer to Superman. Get off my screen, Melanie. As the Void, Bob is arguably even more powerful and dangerous. The Void is a shape-shifting demonic entity that can do everything from controlling the weather to infesting the minds of others. The Void has easily withstood the combined might of the Avengers, X-Men, and Fantastic Four, and even throwing it into the sun has proven to be a temporary solution. Because villains have no limit. Heroes have limits. Just saying. Century's cheat sheet. What did I say? First appearance, Century number 1, 2000. Creator Paul Jenkins, Rick Vecchi, and Jay Lee. Love Jay Lee, like Paul Jenkins, good creators, right? Aliases, The Void, Golden Man, The Golden Guardian of Good. Current team, none. Formerly New Avengers, Mighty Avengers, Dark Avengers. Recommended reading, Century Volume 1, Age of the Century, Dark Avengers, and Siege. It's always good visuals when you get the Century just floating around there like Superman, being real dark and mysterious and crazy looking. A lot of long flowing hair and shit like that. It makes it fun to draw. Scroll down too far. Century Secret Origin. Century has created by Paul Jenkins, Rick Vecchi, and Jay Lee, and debuted in the pages of the original Century miniseries in 2000. The series introduces its title character as a forgotten hero from the Marvel Universe past. Even Robert Reynolds, a middle-aged, overweight, married man, doesn't remember that he used to be a hero nicknamed the Golden Guardian of Good. And that was the interesting part to the story, is that he didn't remember he was a hero, and nobody else remembered him either. And finding out why nobody else remembered that he was a hero operating was the interesting part. And that was part of the backstory, how they worked it into Marvel Comics as, oh, well, this is a character that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby forgot about, bullshit. But the fact that they did the art in that same style was fun. It was actually fun. Very clever. Bob regained his memories and becomes the Sentry once more, only to discover his sworn enemy, the Void, has also returned. Because you can't have one without the other, positive and negative. Neo and Smith. Just saying. Over the course of the series, the Century's history with the characters like the Hulk and the Fantastic Four is established, and the Century is retroactively inserted into Marvel continuity. There's that word. Retcon, retroactive continuity. That's where you get the word retcon, retroactively, continuity, retcon. For all you people who don't read comics. Ultimately, readers learn that the Sentry and the Void are two halves of the same coin. The world was made to forget about the Sentry in order to protect it from the Void's wrath. Robert realizes he has no choice but to repeat the act in order to keep his dark side at bay. He once again erases the world's collective memory of the Sentry, though the series is ambiguous as to whether Robert himself has truly forgotten about his superhuman selves. That's a picture of the Sentry. They love, the golden boy. Blonde. Blue. They actually don't get power from the sun, Black folks get power from the sun. White folks burn. White folks burn. Just saying. Sentry as an Avenger. So that's a picture of the Void. That's a picture of the Void. You can see that looks demonic. It kind of looks like a spider and shit when it comes out, which is creepy. It makes for some good visuals. In a comic book, it makes for some good visuals. Like this, he had lost his damn mind. Uh-oh, there we go again. Robert lost his shit. All right, let's get to the important part. How the Sentry fits into the Thunderbolts movie. To date, the Sentry hasn't enjoyed much exposure outside of Marvel Comics, apart from appearing in a handful of mobile games like Marvel Puzzle Quest, I played, Marvel Future Fight, I still play, Marvel Snap, never played. But that will change soon, as Stephen Young was reportedly being cast as the Golden Guardian of Good in the MCU. Young won't be starting in a dedicated Sentry movie or series, though at least not yet. Why? He's probably going to die in one movie. Or two. Instead, he's debuting in 2025's Thunderbolts, appearing alongside familiar MCU faces like Sebastian Stan, Bucky Barnes, who should be Luke Skywalker, Florence Pugh's Yelena Belova, like to rub your butt, and David Harbour's Red Guardian. He'll be funny. At this early stage, it's not clear what exact role the Sentry will play in the Thunderbolts. Hero, then a problem. I'm just guessing. Why else would you bring this crazy motherfucker in? Though, given the character's comic book history, it's probably safe to assume that the film will play up his status as both a powerful hero and a terrifying villain. Will the Sentry start out as a member of the Thunderbolts only to become the team's worst nightmare when he loses control? Possibly. Given the relative lack of powers on this roster, battling the Sentry would certainly be a monumental task for the Thunderbolts. No shit. Red Hulk is the only one that's probably going to give him some trouble. You better hope at this point that he doesn't have full control of his powers, doesn't understand how it works. We may see Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Contessa Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, Miss Hydra, or Madam Hydra, play a role similar to that of Norman Osborn in the Dark Avengers comics. Yes, I expect that's exactly what she'll be playing. I don't have a problem with that. Contessa may see Robert Reynolds as a powerful asset to be exploited, only for her control over the dangerously unstable hero to evaporate, which it does. If Thunderbolts is basically the Marvel's version of Suicide Squad, it's not. Shouldn't actually put it that way, or you're going to go down in flames like the Suicide Squad kind of does. Then the Sentry may be the film's Enchantress character. Don't say that. Don't say that. Oh my God, he went back. He didn't even go to the last Suicide Squad movie. He went back to the David Ayer one with that Enchantress shit, because that's not it. That's not it. Stephen Young is not going to be out there twerking around and shit like that. No. We also don't know whether the MCU will touch on the idea the Sentry is a forgotten hero with deep ties to the rest of the superhero community. If they were smart, they would. What's the fucking point of bringing them in otherwise? If you don't want to do that, you might as well use King Hyperion. I'm just saying. Will he be, especially since you got all this multiverse stuff going on? Dumb fucks. And you mentioned incursions. Anyway. Will he be retroactively established as a character who was once very active in the MCU, like Blue Marvel? And just how much will the movie lean on the idea of the Sentry as a twisted analog of DC's Superman? Should not lean on it at all. We'll learn more about the movie closer to July 2025 release date of the Thunderbolts. So we got a whole nother year before that comes out. Yeah, we got plenty of time on this one. This is so much lead time. It is ridiculous. All right. So that's the article on the Sentry. Thank you, no one. I saw you drop that in the chat. Let's see if I can open it up in another tab. It's an article. Hollywood Reporter. Awesome. Oh, it's a real thing. 2015. November 15th. Related video. Advertisements. Where's the fucking article? Oh my God, dude. Fucking killing memory with all these goddamn pop-up articles. Pop-up ads and shit like that. It's not even a damn 3-by-line article. Idiots. All right. Appreciate that, no one. I will look at that momentarily. All right, let's see what comments I missed from y'all. I did say what's up to BMT the Trigger Bear. Everybody saying hello to each other. Good. Sentry is a business creation back in the day when he was one of the hottest comic book writers. No, it was J. Lee Jenkins in there. Late 90s, 2000. I give Bendis some credit, but I can't give him that one. I feel this is going to be a movie of mental health awareness for men. I could see that, BMT. You have the Sentry on a team with the Winter Soldier who's still dealing with how his mind was screwed with, brainwashed. You got Yelena Belova there. If you watched the Black Widow movie, you found out how she was being mentally manipulated and shit like that. Red Guardian wasn't being mentally manipulated. He's just kind of stupid. kind of. But he knew what he was doing. Yeah, I can see mental health awareness being on front and center here, but that's kind of Marvel's shtick. Okay, that's kind of Marvel's thing. That's why I say Marvel is more about. It's not about the character's powers. It's about the character who has the powers. And a lot of times you get into these interesting stories where you give these characters mental issues. Like, what is the draw for Deadpool? Deadpool is fucking crazy. Deadpool is crazy. So the Sentry being in the MCU shouldn't make any difference to you. Not really. Scarlet Witch is kind of crazy. She is. She shape it up at times, but she is kind of fucking crazy. So there's a lot of characters in the MCU that are like that have a mental issue. That's kind of their thing that they do. That's what they play with. So they do good at that. So I have a problem with the Sentry showing up. If they got Henry Cavill to do it, it'd been hilarious. It'd been fucking hilarious. But reasons. Oops, I stand corrected. Yes, Bendis did not create him. It's okay. Can't be 100% all the time. Leaves room for everybody else to catch up. The best way to beat the Sentry is don't get used to calling the Sentry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't call his ass. If he ain't got to use his powers, you ain't got to worry about the damn void. But that's why I would think in comics you don't use him too often. He in and out. He can't be there consistently because that weakness is his greatest weakness. The reason not to use his ass. That's the reason not to use him. You call him in like, dude, everything is lost. Maybe we can call him in. Maybe this can help. But then again, you still got Blue Marvel and King Hyperion there. So you don't need to actually call his ass at all. It's too good of a weakness. It's too great of a weakness. Put more lives in danger than not. Oh, who was the other mentally unstable character? Moon Knight. There you go. Moon Knight, Sentry, Deadpool, fucking even Gwenpool to an extent. Some of them other characters, everybody got mental issues. Typhoid Mary. Everybody got mental issues. Call of the Sentry is like using a shotgun to open a can. Exactly. You're getting shit everywhere. It'll get open, but there'll be shit everywhere. There won't be much left of what's inside the can to be useful. Already sabotaging the film. That's not sort of. I wouldn't call it a sabotage. It's just an interesting writing dilemma to get around. Thank God they got a whole nother year to fucking work on that. Install Unlock Origin extension and cut down on ads. Okay, Aquateki. I'll look into that. This isn't an AI pic, by the way. Well, good, because I like the lips in that picture, and I wanted to know they were actually human generated and not AI generated. I'm just saying to you. Just saying. I really want Henry to play Hyperion. Henry who? Oh, Henry Cavill to play Hyperion? That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Look, DC ain't using him and did him dirty. And look, they got James Gunn. One good turn deserve another. Take Superman and make him King Hyperion in the MCU. I'd be fine with that shit. I know the fans would. Might get people to watch their fucking movies. What up, Aaron P? What's good with you? Salute to the Geek Elite. Does Marvel have an Arkham Asylum equivalent? They have the Wrath and what is it? Blackgate or something like that. That's not Blackgate. Blackgate is DC. They have a couple of other prisons that they put people in. Wrath is one. God damn, what's the Vault or something like that? I'm forgetting right now. Seem like it happens. Random. Yeah, Daredevil has issues too, but Daredevil has issues because he's Catholic. he has moral issues. Okay, outside of that whole Shadowland shit, he has moral issues. punishing himself. So I get it. I went to Catholic school. I get it. Artisan, do you think they can reintroduce Iron Fist with a speculated Shang-Chi 2 movie? Absolutely. I would want them to reintroduce Iron Fist. Look, I'm not one of these people that was really just hating Iron Fist as a show. And as JT just pointed it out, gave you a perfectly good example of certain things. Some of these shows that critics was telling you was terrible as fuck, you should probably check out for yourself and decide for yourself what it was. Iron Fist got better by season 2. Season 1 was rushed. Nobody disputes that. Season 1 was rushed. The guy had just come off of Game of Thrones. He didn't really get completely into his training like he should have. So some of the shit looked kind of crappy. It did. It did. But Iron Fist as a character is interesting, but you had to make up for the show had to make up for the fact that a lot of dumb motherfuckers didn't know the difference between Iron Fist and Shang-Chi. And what they were complaining about is how is he the master? How is he Iron Fist? He's a white guy. He's always been a white guy. What the fuck? They're thinking he should have been Asian. Well, that's racist in and of itself. What, can't nobody else know martial arts? Shut up. They were confusing the character with Shang-Chi. And I think that's why Marvel pivoted so hard to bringing out Shang-Chi since Iron Fist went down so hard, because they needed one of those street level martial artists. And they gave you Simu Liu, and people still hated the Shang-Chi movie. Like, so now you mad that he actually is Asian. Iron Fist sucked because he wasn't Asian. And then they give you an Asian character played by an Asian man, and then you're mad because he's Asian too. Like, y'all motherfuckers just like to complain. You just really do like to complain. So by the time they got to season 2, he was better. You know, he trained, he took his fight training seriously, had more time to do more of it, and he looked better. By the time he got to Defender, I was happy because I thought the Defenders was really good. I thought the Defenders was good. It had a boring segment while they sitting in this restaurant forever. That's some terrible writing. I see you back there, JT. But on a whole, the fight scenes and stuff like that, I liked watching the fight scenes with all of them together. Especially when Daredevil and Iron Fist had to go at it. I was loving that. Because mind you, as good as it looked, neither one of them are martial artists. Neither one of them. Neither one. And I'm sorry, I was already in the bag for Daredevil from Netflix. So when he started running up against Iron Fist, like, you about to get your ass beat, man. I don't know. I think you about to get that ass beat. Because Maddie about to go straight boxing on you. Throwing them haymakers and jabs. But then you got the two strong characters there with stiff leg Luke Cage and Jessica, I'm too drunk to be fighting Jones. It was awesome. I liked it. It was fun. And there's plenty of hand ninjas to fucking kill and beat up. Oh my God, that was awesome. So I didn't shit on Iron Fist too much. It was getting better, and where the show left it in a good spot where you could, yes, continue this, go to the Heavenly Tournament and stuff like that. Never see it. So if they want to bring Iron Fist back in a Shang-Chi 2, yes, do that shit. Do it. Because now you have Shang-Chi in the universe, you understand his rings come from somewhere outside of this universe. And the place where his mother came from was possibly one of those heavenly cities. Man, get into that tournament. Bring him back. I want to see these people. Fuck, they already out there. Fix it. Got all the Netflix characters back. Bring them back. Nothing wrong with that shit. What up, Artie Immore? Enraged One is in the building. Doughboy showed up. Daredevil can't see the bigger picture. You a hater. You can't. You can't see the big picture, Matt. The fuck are you saying? It's a good way to get punched in the face by Daredevil, I think. I'm thinking that's a good way to get punched in the face. And thank you, JLJ West. Yeah, Ravenscroft. Yeah, where they put Cletus Cassidy as. Yeah, that's their version of Arkham Asylum. And Cletus loved going there, just like the Joker loved going to Arkham. Like, that's home. Man. And go back to my mansion at Ravencroft. All right, so and Blackgate is a thing, yeah. Okay, thank you. Because that was the first thing that came to mind, but I was thinking that was DC. I was thinking that was DC. Shout out to Aaron P for donating on the super chat side. Can't stay long and support the stream. Appreciate that support, Aaron P. Thank you. I will give you the double that. Appreciate it.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Appreciate you, Aaron, supporting the brother's efforts. Yeah, Iron Fist wasn't that bad to me. It wasn't that bad to me either, Aquateki. It needed some work. It got some work by the second season, but it didn't get a third season to flush it out completely. But then again, they gave Jessica Jones how many seasons of that shit? And the last two kind of sucked. How many seasons did it get? They rushed it. They rushed killing that show right when it was turning around. Because traditionally, for any superhero property, especially for characters that people don't know, you need about 3 seasons to get that shit right. You do. First season, nobody knows about it. You don't really find the character correctly. Second season is better. You can get on board. Third season, everybody on. Look at the Titans. What season was the one you really wanted to watch? Once you got past the fuck Batman. Oh, I got to see it for the fuck Batman line. Can't build a whole show off of that. BMT said Arkham is sending Frank and Matt to discipline you. You can think about it in intensive care. There ain't no intensive care for the Punisher. That's why the Punisher don't got a rogues gallery. You got a cemetery. You don't got a rogues gallery. They made the Iron Fist Asian in the comics now. Yeah, I saw that shit. That's what I mean by the tail wagging the dog. Why would you make the Iron Fist Asian? Iron Fist is not supposed to be Asian. That's the point. That's the point of the fucking character. From that era, it should be Danny Rand. Should be Danny Rand. We're fine with that. Fucking hell, they didn't say Danny Rand, master of kung fu. They didn't do that. Pull that DC shit with what? Richard Dragon, white boy, master of the martial arts. Get the fuck out of here. So let me get this straight. Asians been doing it forever, but you come along and you master it more than them. That's a problem. But just getting the Iron Fist, okay, that's one technique. Sure, why not? I'll give you one technique. Worked for Kwai Chang Kang, didn't it? I think they made Iron Fist a chick too. I didn't love the Iron Fist and Luke Cage crossover episodes. I did love the Iron Fist and Luke Cage crossover episodes in Luke Cage season 2. But it was really a missed opportunity in Defender season 2 to have Luke as the villain. Yeah, that would look. Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Defenders. They missed a bunch of opportunities. They left a lot of stuff there that they could have did a lot better with, and they just left it to languish because Disney came in and pulled their Marvel shit from Netflix. That's it. That's all they did. To get those characters back into their fold, which they ain't did shit with them yet, outside of Daredevil showing up banging She-Hulk. They left a lot on the floor. They left a lot on the table to be done. Luke Cage being a crime boss was a good story. Iron Fist actually going back through Orson Randall's past and stuff like that, and learning how to channel the Iron Fist through other things, like he was channeling it through the pistols. Awesome story to pick up with. Colleen Wing having her version of the Iron Fist, maybe starting the Daughters of the Dragon show. I would have watched that shit. Chicks or not, I would have watched that shit. I'm a fan of these characters. I like to see them represented well. And I'll watch the show. I don't give a fuck if it's more females than dudes in it or vice versa. As long as you make it good, why do I care? Do the characters some justice. All of those stories could have went forward and been better. But tell me this, what does season 4 of Jessica Jones look like? Do you even remember it? I don't. I barely remember season 2 of The Punisher. I don't remember how that shit ended because it was boring to me at some point. Stop watching it. So yeah, they fucked up royally trying to make power moves. Yeah, finish the Luke Cage story for starters. Yeah, I was turning in for Luke Cage and a cup of coffee. Yeah, and that was cool because look, at least in the Netflix area with Luke Cage and Iron Fist, I wanted to see that relationship with Luke Cage and Danny Rand. That's the relationship I wanted to see. Those are two buddies. The one white boy that can hang out in fucking Harlem and not have an issue. I want to see that shit. That was cool. And when they got into Luke Cage season 2 and they had that crossover episode, you can see those two actors actually got the character right. They was actually playing off each other really well. So it was working. Fucked it all up. For Disney to make a power move and leave a character sitting on the shelf. So wasted. Oh, sorry. I had buzzings on my phone. And it's going slow as well. Okay. Shout out to the Aquatechie. See you, Aquatechie. Donate to the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, messages and everything else popping up at the same time. The same damn time, nigga. So yeah, I would like to see Iron Fist pop up in a Shang-Chi movie. They should show up. And they should show up for one reason. Well, two reasons, but one reason I really want to see off the bat. One reason is for Luke Cage to turn up and give Danny Rand shit about not knowing who Shang-Chi is. And I think it happened in the comic books. And it was a funny conversation. It was in recent comic books where I think it's Luke Cage. No, who is it giving him shit? Basically, the joke is that Danny Rand knows who Shang-Chi is, but he never mentions Shang-Chi. And Luke Cage didn't know who the hell Shang-Chi was. And somebody is giving them shit. I want to say it was Blade or somebody else. It's like, what? Master of Kung Fu? You don't know who the Master of Kung Fu is? What, Danny never mentioned him? Like, nah, Danny never mentioned him. Yeah, he got the Iron Fist, but Shang-Chi is the Master of Kung Fu. They were giving Luke Cage shit. They were giving him shit that your homeboy didn't mention there's somebody better than him out there. You mention that? Ah, interesting. It was pretty funny. It was a pretty funny segment in the comic book. It was pretty funny. But I'd like to see that represented on the show. And then just to see Shang-Chi get to a point where he is in the comics where he can devise fighting styles for people. Like he made Spider-Man's fighting style for him. Understanding how he moves, how his powers and stuff like that work. Here's a fighting style I created just for you. Works with your powers. What up, Beast? Beastly Nerd in the building. Danger Room is open. Currently, Danny Rand is retired the mantle of Iron Fist and is now Sword Master as the new Iron Fist. Okay, so what? And yes, Iron Fist is a mantle. That is one of the few mantles in Marvel Comics. Iron Fist is a mantle because Danny Rand got it from somebody else, Orson. So that's fine. It can be passed on, but most people like Green Lantern. Yeah, there's a lot of Green Lanterns, but you always want to see what the fuck going on with Hal. You always want to see what's going on with Hal. Same thing with Iron Fist. I do want to see Danny Rand, the living weapon. Sorry. I don't give a shit that he's white. Iron Fist was the only one that was actually hurting Luke if he didn't have super strength. Luke knew to dodge and charge punches. Yeah, them charge punches will put him on his ass. Look, you can be invulnerable, but sometimes that shit hurt. Like, doggone Disney. Yeah, Disney did some fucked up shit, and it's not paying off for him right now. And he said, you was just about to bring up Richard Dragon. Yeah. You look like you got that bronze tiger sitting in there. And yes, I do want to see some more Misty Knight. I do. Neither one of those chicks was ugly to me. Even the chick playing Colleen Wing, she's not ugly. A little cutie. She know how to do her martial arts. So I would want to see the Daughters of the Dragon show. I would want to watch that shit. Why the fuck not? Look, how many seasons did Charm get? And them bitches was just witches. Like, come on, man. Come on. Stop fucking around. I'd rather see that than a goddamn Echo show. I can tell you that much. I don't give a shit about Echo. Female, handicapped, Native American, none of that shit actually matters. I don't care about the character. It has less publication history than these other two chicks. Psst. They're on D+. They are on D+. They're on D+. All of them. They just showed up on D+ last year. You have to do the over 18 version of D+. There's a little thing to set that you're an adult, and then you can get that more mature R-rated content, and that's where you can watch Daredevil and everything else. That's how they worked it out. Nobody wants to own up to that. Even though the Defenders did collateral damage, Danny would pay to fix Harlem. Yeah, Danny could afford it, and he would. And he would. There was a Jessica Jones show. Yeah, there was. First season was awesome. David Tennant, Purple Man, that shit was awesome. Creepy as fuck. Second season, Sigourney Weaver, or no, her mama situation. Third season, but look, people like small chicks kicking people's asses. For all their flaws, Netflix Marvel runs circles around most of the Disney's been putting up. Yes, it does. Even Jessica Jones. It was more involved. You were more involved with the story and what was going on. They were truer to the characters. I don't think so. Only dog spit D+ to produce was She-Hulk. No. Comparatively, I would say the Netflix shows are better. Comparatively, the Netflix shows are better because the Netflix shows are made intentionally with mature adults in mind. They're not going into it with the same blinders that Disney puts on because they are the Disney company. They went out and put out a show. They didn't pitch a narrative. They put out a show. That's why you got Daredevil as good as it was. That's why you got the Punisher show. Because Disney would have never did a Punisher show. That's why you ain't seen it show up yet. It's too fucking bloody. It's too goddamn gritty. What, kids and women and stuff like that being murdered? Oh my God. What would the family-oriented Disney ever do with something like that? Soften it up. Make them shoot Nerf guns. Up and by the lake. What up, Rainfire? I still remember the first season. Luke Cage crashed the servers on Netflix, and since then, I saw tons of videos on YouTube saying it was a terrible show. You know what they thought was terrible about it? It was a black lead character happening in a predominantly black area. Still got all the same shit that they love out of other shows. Only difference is Luke Cage didn't kill as many people as the Punisher did. And all the folks' asses he was kicking was mostly black. So, like I said, you got to understand where people coming from with their fucking critiques. What angle they coming from. Because that's what's going to be the teller and why they think and say the things they say. But that's psychology. What is the source of brings you to that conclusion? People forget when you aspire to certain levels, it seems a mantle, i.e. Captain America, Iron Man, Iron Fist, Batman. Yeah. You have to aspire to a certain level, and those are levels to aspire to. And yes, those are the mantles. It just doesn't work in Marvel as well as it does in DC. It just doesn't work as well. But not that they can't do it. It just doesn't work as well. And it's just how Marvel is set up. They could go over the storyline where Colleen Wing, Misty Knight, Shang-Chi, and the bug guy teamed up during World War Hulk. Ended kind of badly, though. Well, they can fix the ending. They're trying to do World War Hulk. So it is what it is. And I would take you said, thank you, artisanmc. You're welcome. I don't remember what the thank you was for. So anyway, let me bring this brother up. I see him sitting back there reading comics. I don't want to waste all his time. What up, JT? What the fuck? Yeah, got you on the spot. Got you.
All right, hey. What
the you fuck? Reading comics?
All right.
You reading comics? What the fuck wrong with you?
I'm reading my comics because I'm a narcissist.
Oh my God.
I'm reading my shit. Yeah, nigga.
Right. There you go. There you go. Let motherfuckers know. Like, man, I like my shit. It's like loving yourself. It's like pleasuring yourself without, without the lube.
Okay.
He's like, okay, I'm not going there, but okay. All right, let's pull up this Yu Yu Hakusho. You can give me while I'm pulling this up, pause. You can give me your view on Yu Yu Hakusho because you know more about it than me because you told me about it before how much you watched. Love that shit. So
yeah.
Let the people know how versed you are.
I mean, I can reach. You see me reaching, right? You see me reaching.
That nigga got long arms too, y'all. So just saying.
This is within reach.
This isn't within reach.
And I got action figures, but I ain't trying to roll my chair over across my room. So, but this is my favorite. This is my favorite property, my favorite anime property. So, yeah.
Yeah. So he deep in the Yu Yu Hakusho world. Okay, here's this trailer. And what Arya? She wanted me to do that one in The Last Airbender. I pay for some of this shit. Everything is supposed to be on the free ski, huh? Everything on the free ski. All right, so I'm going to pull this up. I'm getting used to my two screen setup. Bam. And I'm going to blur.
Yeah. That's some technical issue of mine.
Let's do that.
So you saw me.
You Borgen or I'm Borgen?
Right.
You must be me. Might be me. All right, let's see this real quick. And fair use, fair motherfucking use. And oh, look what I did.
Motherfucking use.
Like the video because I'm about to watch it. Oh, I should follow suit. And let's see. You can comment now.
VF 離れて周囲よしよし助サイド押せよしもしかして俺死んでる浦飯祐介お前を生き返らせてやるその代わり霊界探偵をやってもらいたい生き返れるんだから断る理由はないだろうこんな俺を信じてくれる奴らがいるってなしがみついてでも守るドグロ新しい仕事の依頼だ面白い案件だといいけどね
Why are you sideways? What'd you do to your camera? Weird. Okay, I can tell you the first critique most folks is going to have on there. Yeah, he is Borgen. Yeah, spirit gun. Got that spirit gun action, boy. I was actually kind of juice charged when I saw that. I can tell you the first complaint that will be generated, since this is how I can actually understand reactions and stuff like that now. Check your StreamYard settings for video. See if that's what it is. First thing people are going to say is that the special effects look like shit. Now, here's why I'm tired of hearing that goddamn hearing that complaint. Do these people actually do special effects? Or can they point to something specifically that looks bad? And why does it look bad? Like, there's certain people I'll listen to talk about special effects and what they don't like about the special effects and how fake it looks, right? Look, if it's a special effect, it's fucking fake anyway. Unless it's practical. You good now, JT? Just can't hear you. So it's not real. Now, how unreal it looks in the scene or not is what I get on with special effects. If it looks like it's just floating above it, like it was some shit I could have did on Power Director or something like that, well, yeah. But this is all off the shelf stuff, right? So, I would think a major motion picture can spend more money on it. So what does more money on special effects look like to you? Because James Cameron spent a shitload of money on special effects. Y'all still bitch about that too. Can't hear you, but you're not talking. Yep, don't hear you. And go out and come back in. Maybe it'll reset. So that's the first thing I'll say. That some scenes look like Shaolin Soccer level of special effects. Some scenes look like that with the special effects. I don't know what special effects house is doing it. I don't know where they made the shit. I can tell you this, though. If I'm watching the Yu Yu Hakusho, I'm not necessarily showing up for just the special effects because I'm showing up for the fight season. The fight scenes look like they might be off the hook. That's what I'm showing up for. I'm showing up to see somebody getting their ass kicked. That can look real as fuck, and I'll be fine with that. If his spirit gun don't look as real as it could, okay, so what? Big deal. How important is that to the story? That it looks absolutely believable. It's Netflix, man. They're pouring a lot of money into this stuff, which I can appreciate because it's showing love to some classic stuff. Like I still haven't watched One Piece yet, but because of how good it looks on the Netflix live action, I might actually watch that shit. Because I told you, there's a couple of animes that I didn't get into because I got into Naruto instead of those. One of them, which is Yu Yu Hakusho, was older, so I didn't get into that. JT was into that, right? Bleach is another one. I got into Naruto instead of getting into Bleach because they were long established manga already, right? I didn't feel like going back and trying to do all that front loading to start watching that shit. That's partly why One Piece ain't high on my list because my interest to One Piece will be the show. That's it. I'm not going back and watching all the rest of that shit first. I don't have that kind of time. So, Yu Yu Hakusho, if you understand anime, it's always a progression. There was one good show, and then other shows sparked off that one good show that kind of follow the same format, but take it in a little different direction.
I
Okay.
can hear. Weird.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I got you.
Weird.
Yeah,
I don't know what just happened. All right.
It's okay. So for me, Yu Yu Hakusho might be the predecessor to a Bleach.
Oh, 100%. Dude, it was
Yeah,
the
see?
same. It was the same director and animation studio.
Well, there you go. so there you go. Right. So understanding anime is that I explained it to somebody else before is that the Japanese have been there for a while making anime, right? And they keep making new stuff and just keep washing on the shores. And it could do well, it could do bad over here. It doesn't matter. They keep producing it. So over time, they will get another one that's like that. Like everybody loved Dragon Ball Z. It may have they issues with Dragon Ball Z and Naruto. Naruto is just a takeoff of Dragon Ball Z. It's just progressing the story further for a new age audience. Because Dragon Ball Z been around since my auntie was young, or at least Dragon Ball. When she saw me watch, she said, "Oh, that's an old show. I watched that when I was little." What the fuck you talking about? Because my auntie is Japanese.
84,
right?
I want to say.
What was it before Dragon Ball? A lot of these shows. Okay, so it's always a progression. The next one comes along and it kind of follows that same vein, but it's still set in kind of the same way. So watching Yu Yu Hakusho is like going back to the source. It's like understanding what the foundation is and then understanding why you love Star Wars so much. It's the same shit. Same shit. So, what did he say? Knights of the Zodiac? Yeah.
Mm.
It was just, I watched the Knights of the Zodiac and it was disappointing as a story. It can be. It can be. Look,
I mean,
everything.
there was a live action for Knights of the Zodiac. I want to say, was it on Netflix or Hulu?
I'm not sure.
I don't
I
know.
didn't watch.
Is that what they're talking about?
I don't know. You got to clarify that.
Okay, because there's a live action that just came out not too long ago.
That's probably shit, especially if it was on Hulu. Hulu is controlled by Disney, y'all.
Maybe Netflix. Maybe Netflix.
Yeah. He said, "Yeah, yeah." To what? You got to answer the question, man. Put your response put the question in your response. So I know what the hell you responded to. Beasley's a motherfucker. Yeah. What? All right, so JT, God. You saw that trailer. You saw that live action trailer. What did you get? Being the Yu Yu Hakusho professor.
The professor.
The Professor Hakusho.
So I didn't do enough research to clarify if is it a movie or a series?
I think it's a series. If it's on Netflix, it's a series.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So
Introducing
Netflix, it's at least 10 episodes, I'm sure, or at least 8 episodes.
So introducing Toguro so early has me kind of questioning things. He is a good villain, like definitely one of like the best. I'm kind of biased because I like Sensui way more than Toguro, but Toguro he has a lot of depth and he's very three-dimensional. Sensui I like more, but Togoro's in this trailer, so I'm like, okay, so they're fighting Toguro already. And you saw all four of them: Yusuke, Hiei, Kurama, Kuwabara, all fighting Toguro, and I'm like, that seems a little premature. Because Toguro in the anime / manga, he showed up at the end of I guess so once Yusuke, him and Kuwabara went on this like major mission and to rescue Yukina, and she's an ice apparition. Her tears create these gemstones that are valued at like, you know, I guess billions of dollars. So
it's like,
of course,
like unicorn tears.
right? So a crime boss naturally had her locked up in his like at his estate in the outskirts of the city, right?
Making that
And
bitch cry.
right? Yeah, torturing her and stuff. It was pretty messed up. But he had like he had the Toguros as his top bodyguards, but he paid all this money for all these demon bodyguards. It's like tears. So when Yusuke and Kuwabara showed up to that compound, they had to fight their way up like a damn video game to get to the Toguro brothers.
Game of death. Game of
right?
Death.
And beat the Toguro brothers by actually working together. And then, yeah, okay, Yukina was safe, but she's also the sister of Hiei, a member of Yusuke's team, and my personal favorite character, who is one of the most brutal characters you'll ever meet, who later in the series has the Dragon of the Darkness Flame, where he summons a dragon from basically hell and like burns you with it because he's a fire demon. And his whole backstory is that he was born, you know, like his people, like
I was born in darkness.
right? His people were ice apparitions. It was like the society of like all women who were all ice, like based in powers. They're demons, but they're all like ice based. And you know, I don't know what they did society wise, but the thing about his mom was that she clearly hooked up with somebody outside of that, and she had twins.
Whoopsie!
She had Hiei and Yukina. Yukina, 100% ice demon. Hiei, fire. And then they're like, oh, a boy child.
You hooked up with a demon.
A boy. We have to like put
like where did Nightcrawler come from?
Right.
We gotta speak like fucking around.
We gotta
no limits.
We gotta wrap him up in these bandages and toss this motherfucker off a cliff. So yeah, so even at that young age, when he was like an infant, even when they're like wrapping him up in these like bandages that are like almost like talismans, you see him looking at them like he knows what's going on, like. And then like, you know, they toss him. Then he had a hard, you know, upbringing and was like, you know, joined some bandits, all this stuff, and became a killer. Like he got some issues, but he finally found his sister and was watching her from afar, and obviously cares about her. So when all that comes full circle, when the main plot line is like, okay, Yukina is crying these tears, you know, Yusuke is like, okay, I got the mission, I got to go deal with this. But then the spirit world who gave him the mission is like, yeah, don't tell Hiei. But Hiei clearly knows and shows up there and beats the shit out of the guy who was torturing her.
Oh yeah, of course, you know that has to happen.
That's his sister. That's his sister. She doesn't. Nobody knows. Well, everybody knows except for Kuwabara. Now, Kuwabara is in love with Yukina. Kuwabara is the only casting problem I have with this series because he looks too pretty. Kuwabara was meant like in the anime, in the manga, he's not very attractive. You know, he's kind of, I don't want to say ugly, but I mean, you know, he's a
ugly.
brute.
Be ugly. What the fuck?
He's a brute. You know, he's not very pretty. So, but the casting they did, I'm like, that dude looks
aesthetically challenging. Aesthetically challenging.
That guy looks
optically challenged.
He looks kind of cute, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that's not Kuwabara.
He's unpretty.
But the point is that storyline where they fight the two girls,
Attractively
the two girls, they fake their defeat because they took a huge, payday and helped out Sakio. So it's a whole black market demon thing with these rich people, and Sakio, like the whole time, like he has the two girls on his payroll, and so he knows, so he's making deals, but the rest of the guys don't know, like this council, they don't know. So it's like Yusuke and Kuwabara are just like fighting their way to the top, but Sakio knows they can probably win, so he's betting on the humans. So of course he's making money, and then the main guy, Tarukane, who is the one who captured Yukina and is the one holding her prisoner, trying to make money, Sakio's kind of like bleeding that dude dry. But the guy doesn't know that Sakio has inside information. So he's sitting up there like, well, these kids can't keep beating all the people I paid for. But Sakio knows.
Don't tell me no more. Don't tell me the rest of this.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So point is, they fight Toguro that time. They win, but Toguro kind of threw the fight, right? And then the major Toguro fight happens at the Dark Tournament, where you have your big-ass tournament arc.
Of course.
And
sound familiar? Anybody watch anime? There's a tournament? Yes, there's always a tournament.
So, but what's interesting is that there are characters in that tournament arc who are in this trailer, and this trailer doesn't show any signs of a damn tournament. So I'm like, story-wise, what are you doing?
Yeah, BMT is saying that they're collaborating 4 seasons into one.
Well, maybe 3. No, maybe 2. Maybe 2. Because Sensui would be, I guess, technically based on the stupid Funimation release. Sensui would be what? Season 3? So, and season 4 is the Demon World tournament, not the Dark Tournament, and not the whole Spirit Detective Saga. So, yeah, so I guess this maybe the first 2 seasons, maybe. But no.
Let me get this to Rainfire. Appreciate you, Rainfire, for supporting the stream. I saw some of his art and stuff like that on Instagram, which is actually really cool. I do like seeing y'all art. Art is one of those things. Everybody can do something, and I like seeing people do art. So you on my Instagram feed now, you see I put up other people's artwork, because I was just watching this dude doing his art on windows with that fake fucking snow. That shit looked amazing. That spray on snow for windows during the holidays. He was actually doing art in that shit. It was awesome. I'm like, nigga, how'd you even figure out to do that? Like, you got some patience. You got some OCD, because he was sitting there doing them little lines with the little scraper. I said, you used to do drugs, huh? Like, some good lines. Look, you have to see it on there. But shout out to Rainfire Design. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Had to get that before it disappeared up there. I like it when the chat moving. It's always better when the chat is moving. So from this trailer, would you watch this show?
Jesus Christ. You got the evil laugh going, Artisan. I'm like,
because you're sitting there stressing. It made me laugh, because you're sitting there like, I don't know.
I'm intrigued. And you know me. I mean, I'll give something a chance, because I did go see the Marvels. So, and I was like, okay, whatever. After
I just found out that she did that shit for me, because I said, just check it out. And you're like, all right, fuck it.
Yeah,
that's what I thought you did. Yeah, because of me.
So
peer pressure.
But I want to see what they do with the story, honestly, because obviously I know each story arc, and the fact that Toguro is in this trailer, and you have everybody fighting Toguro, so like, how's that gonna work? Didn't you even have characters? Because like when the Dark Tournament happens, so when the tournament arc happens, because the whole thing is Toguro shows up at the end of the first arc, the Spirit Detective arc, right? And he just basically says, "Yeah, I faked my dad when you fought me to get the girl's tears, whatever. Like, I faked that, and yeah, I want to fight you. I want to fight you
Yeah,
again." And
like that.
there's this,
Yeah, I
and
didn't
then
mean
there's
that
like
shit.
this, yeah, and there's this whole tournament that corrupt ass humans run, that in each like businessman has a team they sponsor, and it's like, it's a demon tournament. So you show up, you're clearly a celebrity, you're the guy you're the boogeyman for the apparitions. So
Mhm.
you get a team together, you show up and participate in this tournament so we can fight again. And yeah, let's do that. So, but that's a whole like thing, because there's even characters on Togoro's team. He has Bui and Karasu, and they're on his team for the tournament. They're in the trailer, and I'm like,
Also, they are mixing and matching a lot, then, huh?
so that's all I'm saying. So I'm intrigued to see what they do story wise, because yeah, like they're clearly not doing a tournament. It doesn't look like a tournament at
So,
all.
from what you're telling me, it would sound like that Netflix is throwing everything against the wall for one season, just in case they don't get a second one. That it might seem like, because the characters you're talking about, they all seem like they may be fan favorite characters, right? So they're giving a lot of fan service. They're giving a lot
Sure.
of fan service in one season to try to get people on board, because trust and believe, like I said, Netflix has some hits and misses. I still have not watched Death Note. And my
Oh,
son told me not to, because I
you're not
love Death Note.
missing. You're not
Yeah, he
missing
told
nothing.
me not to. My son told me don't watch that, Dad, and I haven't, because I trust my boy. He know me, right? He's like, yeah, don't watch that. Don't watch that. He'd be mad.
Yeah,
So I
that's
haven't
not
watched
good.
it. I did watch Cowboy Bebop. I got mixed feelings on that shit. I mean,
I actually never watched it.
you can if you feel like, doing something.
Yeah, well now no.
Yeah, you can if you want to. I'm a big fan of Cowboy Bebop. I really love Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
The show in some ways got things like really close, really right, really good, because they took a lot of things beat by beat, and some other ways they took some shit completely off in a different direction that wasn't the show at all, and I didn't fucking like. Like, Vicious is not fucking Vicious. He's a crying little bitch, and I'm like, dude, that's one of my favorite villains. You fucked him up. Like, what the dude? Vicious, he don't even really talk that damn much. He don't even really talk that much. That motherfucker is scary. That's who he's supposed to be. This motherfucker wasn't vicious. He was like a cat with no teeth. God damn it, man. Shut up. I didn't like that shit. They did some shit with Julia. I also didn't like. The shit that goofy ass broad from the Bay Area said, who was playing Faye.
Yeah.
Okay, she ain't got no big boobs. Okay, so what? I did think her Faye got better towards the later part of the show, but she was annoying in the beginning. But I like the Faye character. Faye is fun. Faye is a kind of complex character. But they tried to make her into a lesbian and some other shit. I'm like, oh, get the fuck out of here. What is this shit? Like, it was some stuff that I liked that they really nailed, and it was other stuff that they got completely off the mark. And I'm like, that's some inconsistent as fuck shit. And I didn't even mind a black Jet Black. I didn't mind that shit at all. Dude was awesome. He was awesome.
Well, was he not black in the anime? I always felt like he was black anyway.
This is the thing with Japanese stuff, right? You'll have characters in there. They'll sound black as fuck, right? They're a little darker hued than everybody else, but they ain't necessarily black. Unless you get some Mr. Popo looking shit. They got the fucking watermelon man lips and shit. Look, fucking Cowboy Bebop had all kind of people in it. Like, some people was definitely black. Maybe they was Burmese. Maybe they came from Thailand. You don't know where they come from, but they a little darker hued than everybody else. They just didn't make them offensively black. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't give a shit. Either way, I just wanted the character consistent. I can deal with a color swap if the character is consistent to the source material, and his jet was good. I really liked his jet. So the fuck do I care about if he's black or not right now? He a fictional character.
Sure.
You can be any color when you try to switch it over to live action, but thinking that everybody has to be racially represented just the same way they were in the thing means that you don't actually care about the character. You care about the color matching.
Yeah.
If the character is consistent, what difference does it make? And we've talked about that many a time. You know, we've talked about that many a time. Like, I don't give a shit about what color the character is unless the color is important to the character and how they interact with the world. If it's not important how they interact with the world around them, how they deal with certain situations, then it doesn't matter. Perfect example. James Bond as a black dude. Would that work? Would I like to see it? Yeah. I'd like to see Idris Elba play 007. I would. Would it work? Fuck no. Why? The same reason Nick Fury walking around Russia as a big ass black dude wouldn't work. Nigga, you drawing a lot of attention to yourself. Okay? You ain't getting into all them places you usually get into as James Bond if he a black dude. You're just not. Because everybody's like, what the fuck is he doing here? Oh, you're that guy from MI6, huh? No, I'm not. Come on, Mr. Bond. Stop bullshitting. Let's go. Let's go. Boss want to see you. You know, you don't fit in to a lot of situations unless the whole world black or you fucking around in Africa somewhere. Then you're like, okay, you can pass and nobody give you a notice. Which is why I always thought that James Bond in some of those third world countries didn't make sense because he's the only the white dude there. Yeah, he kind of stick out, except that there's always a bunch of other white British folks all over the place. They travel around this world. So people in other countries know to leave their ass alone for the most part. Like, they're going to be here and they got the queen and country behind them. So let them do what they're going to do and get on with it. But that's the only reason why. I know it wouldn't work a lot of places. He wouldn't be infiltrating a lot of other places because motherfuckers be paying too much damn attention to him showing up there. Like, what the fuck you doing here? It's the Baccarat table. You know, blackjack and the dice is over there. Go do that. Ain't that what y'all do? Nah, bro. So it's just me. What did BMT say? Due to Japanese or Japan anime writers are now going to strike, Netflix, Hulu are going to strike and open up more anime shows like you've been seeing this month.
Huh.
You got to put some periods in there because some of that shit don't make any sense. Due to Japanese anime, writers are now going on strike. What anime is going on strike? Japanese anime writers are going on strike? Japan don't do that strike shit. You know that, right? They don't do that strike shit. Motherfucker, sleeping under your desk was popularized in Asian countries. Sleeping under your desk, not going home for days because you got work to do, is popular in those countries for a reason. Authoritarian. Do that shit.
You a Japanese dad in Japan? You don't see your kids ever.
No, nigga, they don't do that strike shit. Striking is something that people that have some degree of freedom and feel like they can change things through bitching at authority. That's not Japanese culture. That ain't what I know of no fucking Japanese culture, and I ain't never lived there. So show me an article on that shit where they're talking about that. I mean, I know things are changing, but I don't think they're changing that damn quick. That's society, 1,000-year-old, and they ain't changed their ways yet. Netflix and Hulu are going to strike. I can see that because they're Americans. Bitchy ass Americans, probably a bunch of chicks working in this shit, wanting some extra money for doing less work. Open up more anime shows. Anime shows sell better on Netflix and Hulu since they keep trying to strike against Dave Chappelle and other things that actually make money in their company.
Jesus.
Dumb motherfuckers. There's no honor in going on strike. No, there isn't. You know why? My boy Antoine from Home Depot, he put up a thing on Instagram and he was asking a question about how does shutting down a bridge in the Bay Area, major artery in the Bay Area, help anybody else in some other country going to war? Doesn't. Because it's inconveniencing other people and affecting other people's lives. Japanese culture don't do that shit. You can't be affecting somebody else's life like that. That is a more collectivist mind state that they have over there. Here is more individualistic. So we will inconvenience other people, scores of other people, just about our own bullshit. They don't do that in other countries. You get fucked up. You'll get fucked up. You ain't gonna inconvenience everybody else because you got a fucking issue. Fuck you. They say in a Chinese country, you become enemy of state. In the state of make your ass disappear. I got some other work for you to do with some other little like-minded ne'er-do-wells. But appreciate you, BMT, for the support. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. And I told y'all before, I'm not really for all that striking and marching shit because I don't see it paying off. It's a cash grab for certain people in a way to get some folks some publicity. And after that, earache. Feedback. That's some feedback. Let's see where that's coming from. JT. Yeah, it was from JT. That's what was happening in my ears. So JT, if you're on your phone, StreamYard has been having an issue with Android stuff. You probably didn't see the thing. So if you get an echo and stuff like that, it's just them. They got a bug right now. But what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say now. Damn it. I hate getting old. Anyway. So if you keep having problems, that's usually what it is. So rest of y'all, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm like 5 away from the goal, y'all. 5 away. We got 5 more people that want to help us make the goal. Help a brother on his dream. While JT is screwing around right now, I do have one more question for him on the Yu Yu Hakusho front. That if you were going to pitch this show, what is your 2-minute elevator pitch to get somebody to watch a Yu Yu Hakusho show? Even though that's what a trailer is. A trailer is your 2-minute pitch to get people to watch your show. Based on the 2 minutes I saw in there, I'd watch it because it looked like there's some good action. It looks like there's some good martial arts action. I love seeing somebody get kicked in the side of their fucking head. If you don't know, watch my Instagram feed with all the Muay Thai videos I keep putting up. Because I just watched a dude get his fucking head split open with an elbow, and I was like, God damn, he leaking. He leaking bad. Them some little warriors in there, boy. Some little warriors. But I enjoy some of that shit. It's my base nature, okay? It's just my base nature. Like seeing people be able to get it in. Not having nobody crying and calling the cops and shit like that. Oh, you didn't know to. You didn't have to do all that. Got in the ring. It's all fair. All fair here. So that would be my question when JT come back. But in the meantime, I am going to throw up my little screen. I am going to share this screen. And I will say fair use. That motherfucker use. I will click this little thumbs up arrow right here and like the video. And then I'm going to give Aria what she asked for. Yeah, girl, giving you what you asked for. And give you a reaction to this trailer. Here we go.
Time is a funny thing.
It is a funny thing.
The past, the future. It all gets mixed up.
Oh. There you go.
There's only one way to keep it straight. always remember who you are.
In the words of Little John, okay. One sec. Yeah, StreamYard is bugging. It is bugging like a motherfucker. So forgive the stream of the yard. This link is for JT. Just to JT right now. And orange covering the eyes. Yeah, it's all fair and punches, kicks, blows, elbows, knees, and headbutts. Yeah, they be going in on the Muay Thai, dude. They really do. Them little skinny motherfuckers be in there just beating the shit out of each other. Watch this dude get kicked in the side of his head. The dude ran in there and just jumped, just bow, just run. Nigga took it too. It was like God damn, took that shit. Trying to shake it off. That's a fucking warrior right there. Didn't even spin his head all the way around. He just like, bah, got that shit. Ate it. Came back for seconds. Second time's the charm.
Why is my screen black?
Because StreamYard's like fucking with people. My stream was black last week.
What the hell? Like okay.
Turn your camera off. Push a little stop cam icon and see if you have your little.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, it's not you. It's StreamYard. StreamYard's having an issue.
What the hell?
Yeah, StreamYard is having issues right now. I'm going to get Uncle Incel doing a one-arm pull-ups while dumplings. I want some fucking dumplings right now. Should have actually had more breakfast.
What the hell is this?
Wonder if Toph is going to be in it. Look, man, no Toph is a no bueno. I need me some Toph. I don't know who they're going to get to play her, though, because, she's short and shit like that, too. Short and blind. Linda Hunt? Well, who the fuck they going to get to play her? They're going to have to get somebody new. And then I don't want people complaining, they got this dwarf actress, this little person actress, and they're just making fun of her. No, we're not. You are. Telling her that she's not the right height for the role. Put limitations on her. All right. So, Avatar: The Last Airbender TV show on Netflix. Everybody is already saying that it's going to be better than the M. Night Shyamalan movie. And I would say this to that, not because I need to defend M. Night Shyamalan, just for the simple fact is the first is the worst. Second is usually the best. Nobody was really interested in Hollywood, in making an Avatar movie when M. Night Shyamalan picked it up and tried to do it. That's why he was going so hard to try to get money to do the damn movie, because they didn't want to support the shit. Now, all of you younger kids who watched the show, the Nickelodeon show, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and to James Cameron bitch ass for stealing the Avatar name, so they couldn't even call it Avatar: The Last Airbender. They had to call it Last Airbender because he took that shit and copyrighted it, you motherfucker. Like, because your movie ain't got shit to do with avatars. You should have kept it as AVTR as it was. Called it a day. Beyond that, the movie was what the fuck it was going to be for the first one. If you went back and watched the first Spider-Man live action movies from the 80s, you would call it garbage. But if you watched Homecoming right after it, you would say it was awesome. Okay. One builds on the other one. One builds on the other one. M. Night did what he could with what he had available to do that show. You mad about the pronunciation of Aang or Ong? I point this out every time, and nobody actually has responded to it since I pointed it out. The executive producer on that M. Night Shyamalan movie was the guy who created the Avatar show on Nickelodeon. I think he knows how he meant the shit. So if you got a problem with it, apparently he didn't. So shut the fuck up. Aang, Ong, are you Chinese? I'm just saying. The guy is there. He's executive producer. He's sitting there overseeing some of this stuff being done. He could have said that's not the way you pronounce it. Or he could have said that's fine. Apparently he said that's fine. So you can have your issue all you want to. It didn't look like the cartoon. It's not a fucking cartoon. It's not a fucking cartoon anymore. It's live action, and you got to play by some different rules. So you didn't like that they were just spontaneously creating flame out of nothing? Well, M. Night thinks it should be a source of flame if you're putting it in the real world. Works fine in cartoon.
Yeah, but
But okay, he went that way. That was his choice. That was his directing choice. Like, no, it needs to have a source in the real world if it's going to be live action. Y'all hated that shit. So what are you getting the second time around? Fire out of nowhere. Happy now? Now you can complain about how fake it looked, because that'll be the complaint. Make no mistake about it.
I guess it's like that whole thing of like, if you need a source to do your firebending, how did you conquer the entire world? If you need a source. Now, if you could do it spontaneously, which is what they did in the cartoon, that makes sense. But you need a source. It's like, wait, then how did you guys rise to power? Like, no. But that's among the 1,000 problems with Shyamalan's version.
Well, see, my thing is why I bought the needing a source of fire. If everybody got torches, you bend the fire on the torches. And I use the analogy of the difference between Pyro and a Johnny Storm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pyro doesn't make fire.
Nope.
He can control it. He's a pyrokinetic. He can control fire. He can't create fire. So he has a flamethrower on his back. Johnny Storm becomes fire.
Yep.
Becomes fire. So it's like he's pulling it off of his fucking self. It's not that big of a goddamn deal. Right? Sunfire becomes hot like fire. Right? Firestar, microwave emissions can create flame or agitate molecules and shit like that. There is a source for this shit coming from somewhere. Fire benders means that they just bend fire. Just like water benders bend water. They don't create water, they bend it. They either speed up the molecules to make it hot or slow it down to freeze it in the fucking ice. But they don't create water out of nothing. They have to use what's actually the element that is there around them. So I don't have a problem with that shit whatsoever. Because Aang don't create air. He just moves it around. Just like storms flying.
Well, air is always around you too. So that
exactly.
That
it's always there.
Airbend is the OP. So
right.
I mean.
So in the real world sense, that's why I like the sense that, okay, fire has to be there for you to actually bend it. Cool. And when you get up to people like Iroh and the uncle, where they actually spontaneously, they're so strong, they spontaneously create fire. Now you have a power scale. Now you understand that this is a badass. This nigga just created fire out of nothing. Oh my fucking God, back up. Then that's cooler. Because basically at that point, what are you doing? You're agitating air molecules to make them excite into a state of creating fire. That means they fucking strong as shit. or they have some mastery that you don't fucking have, and everybody can't do that shit. Then you get into channeling lightning or blue flame or something like that. Then you understand how strong these people are based on a regular fucking grunt level. I just started with the Fire Nation last week and got on the front line, bending flame, and I can just create it out of nothing. That's, nigga, where's your scaling? Where's your power scaling it? No, you should need a source. Everybody lower level should need a fucking source. If you get up to them higher levels, like you a general or something like that, yes, you should be able to bend fire out of nothing. So that's why I didn't have a problem with the real world common sense that M. Night was putting into that shit. Like, man, it don't actually make any sense. No, it doesn't. Because like you saying, well, if all they need is fire to bend it, we can just put out all their torches. Yeah, you could. If they didn't get the drop on your ass like the Fire Nation is known for doing.
I mean, we could bring up that whole silly moment in the movie where, you know, Aang was at the Earth Kingdom. Oh, I'm sorry, Ong was at the Earth Kingdom. And he's like, you guys can stand up and rise up. You're great, blah, blah. And it's like this Earth everywhere. And it took him to tell them, oh, this little boy's right. Let's have 5 of us do a dance and like martial arts movements to lift one boulder. But Earth is all around us, and we can fight back. Wait,
yeah, that shit was goofy, but it was, to me, that was a budget thing.
Oh no, 100%, yeah.
To me, that was a budget thing.
But ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, but ridiculous. It looked dumb, but to me, that was a budgetary thing. Because one thing you have to remember about M. Night Shyamalan, he's not a special effects director.
Oh no, he's definitely on a budget. Oh, I know.
Yeah, he's not a special effects director. He's not an overly action director either.
No, he's not.
I mean, you take that same scene, and I'll tell you a director, and you tell me how good or bad the scene will look. Okay, you saw M. Night's version of that scene. What would an Antoine Fuqua version of that scene look like?
Oh, it wouldn't be. I mean, as much as I love Antoine Fuqua, it wouldn't have been much better because he's not like a huge, high budget VFX action guy.
No,
so
okay.
It would have been probably similar, maybe a little bit more refined, but it wouldn't have been super flashy. Now,
the camera would move around a lot more. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
because he can do fights, right? But you give it to somebody like a James Gunn. Now what you got?
Oh yeah, James Gunn or Zack Snyder. Oh yeah, that scene would have.
Yeah, you know where I was going next. Zack Snyder, motherfucker. Everybody would have got killed. It would have been boulders falling from space and shit.
Yes.
Like they would have had the whole landscape. It would have looked like a live action Dragon Ball Z movie all of a sudden. Like, oh, greater. That's overkill. Yep. Yeah, it's only 5 of them though. Like, yeah, but they can do that. Like, goddamn, Zach, calm down.
Yes.
You know, so certain directors do certain things really well for their style. That's outside of his wheelhouse a little bit. M. Night doesn't do a lot of special effects shit. He doesn't.
Nope.
His movies are good without a lot of special effects, without a lot of action, for the most part. That's not what he does.
Yeah.
Motherfucker was trying though. He was trying. It was an undertaking. But it's an undertaking for him because nobody else wanted to do this shit. That's why I keep giving him credit. Like, look, if his daughters wouldn't have liked this shit, you still wouldn't have seen an Avatar show. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have seen a movie and you wouldn't see this goddamn show because nobody wanted to do it. You think Hollywood is racist, right? The fuck makes you think they want to put a little Asian boy in front of the camera as the main character and everything else that's happening is in the Asian culture? Are you fucking serious? Really? You think they was rushing to do that shit? You lucky you got his ass to do it. At least he put it out there. You can like it, not like it. But the first attempt ain't always the best one. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I graded on a curve. I thought it was a decent enough movie having watched that whole fucking cartoon series. Even The Legend of Korra, nigga. Even Korra, worst Avatar ever asked.
Wait, how much of Korra?
All of it.
All 4 seasons?
All of it.
Oh, we gotta have a conversation about that.
There ain't much one you need to have on that shit. Korra was irritating as fuck.
No. I will say this. Season 1, okay, maybe
good.
Season 1 and season. Well, yeah, Mom was good, but season 1, but like season 1 and maybe half of season 2, Korra was just a trash character, because she had too much given to her. But when they
Yes.
started actually
Mary Sue
deconstructing
like a
her,
motherfucker. Yeah.
no, exactly. When they started deconstructing her, she got better. Because season
That is
3, but season 3 is like the best season because you had oh my god, what's dude's name? Who because when she messed up the balance and then all these people got airbending powers.
Yeah.
Zahir. Zahir is the best villain of
that motherfucker was awesome. Zahir was awesome.
Yes.
Him and his little crew and his
Yes.
crew. I'm like, oh shit, that's like some Naruto crew right there, homeboy.
So,
like,
yo, Zahir was on some shit, and I'm like, yo, he got a point. Like
yeah,
he's like
he was right.
He was the best villain. Korra, yes, she was spoiled, but then Zahir humbled her ass, and then after that, he left an impression on her to where season 4, like even the way season 3 ended, you know,
Can't take that shit in stride.
She was in a wheelchair and at the end of season 3, and you can see the bags under her eyes, like she wasn't all mentally there, and you're like, well, damn, oh, I feel kind of bad for her. Tragic. And then we go into season 4. She's having some serious mental. Again, you were saying earlier with Marvel, she had some mental health issues.
Yeah, she did.
So now I'm like, okay, Korra, now I'm with you. Now I'm kind of like season 1 version of you. I'm like, you know,
they gave her ass a struggle from her.
Yes. Now I'm with
you. Gave her a struggle because of her fuck ups.
Yes.
Like, oh shit.
So now I'm with you, Korra. Like now, no, I'm legit with you. But also talking about mental health. Let's address the creators of the whole Avatar franchise, because especially with Korra, why these dudes keep having family members be villains? They did that like 4 times.
Your main problem is your family.
Like Korra season 4, the whole, what was it? Toph's her grandson or whatever was like, he teamed up with Kubera. And who was like, yeah, no, I gotta take shit over. And it's like, wait. So, and then even season 2 of Korra, it was her waterbending family who were the villains, who were kind of like backpacking off of Amon. And you're like, so the creators of like Avatar and everything, y'all good with your family? Like, what's going on?
Y'all need to heal these relationships.
Because what the hell?
You look at that shit and then you just think Jedis and Star Wars. Like, y'all need to clean y'all house. Because y'all causing problems for everybody. Like,
yeah.
Heal y'all relationships. Stop teaching bending and start teaching some fucking healing, okay?
A little bit.
Time to fuck down.
A little bit. Because damn, I'm like, yo, like these families in that universe, they got problems.
Yeah. The stories got better. And we were watching Korra. Zach got me to start watching that shit in the shop. We were watching all of that shit in the shop. I was like, okay, she's cool. I just didn't like the whole. I think it was when she was fighting, not Amon, that other dude, where she got broken off from all the other avatars. I hated that shit.
Are you talking about season? No, you're talking about season 1, where, and this is a problem I had. Season 1. Season 1 where Amon hit her pressure points, and she lost all of her bending except for air bending. Mm-hmm. You're like, well, this is a world where not everybody has powers, and you lost a chunk of your powers, but you still have the power to fly and control air, and you're having a mental breakdown.
No, it was
what?
It was further when they started getting into the spirit realm and they introduced the first avatar. What was his name? Jin or whatever his name was.
Beginning and then after that,
where she ended up getting broken off of that shit, and it was destroying when she was fighting the villain. He was destroying different avatars in her. She was getting cut off from all the rest of that shit. I'm like, get the fuck out. I hated that shit. And it was about that whole spirit realm stuff. I was hating that shit. That's what I didn't like, because it broke her off from the legacy of everybody else. And I'm like, okay, it could be interesting story-wise, but then who the fuck are you? You're terrible at this shit. All that lineage, all them thousands of years just flushed down the fucking drain from this motherfucker. Like, oh, hell no, man. I'm not a fan of that. I wasn't liking that. Like I said, there should always be a source and a scientific explanation for how a person generates and controls their powers. If you don't, then you have to leave a concept and an idea confusing and uninteresting. I agree, Malika. Look, I can run with both. I got two hands. I can run with live action needs to have sources for their powers and enjoy the cartoon. In the other hand, that they never had a source. They could just do the shit out of nothing because they're both consistent for their universes that they're in, for the medium that they're in. Live action, you're going to need a fucking source, dude. That's just what it is to me. Now, you just saw the trailer and saw the dude firebending out on the middle of the road doing a nice kick, which looks awesome, which would be comic or cartoon consistent, but it's in a real world setting. So the logical thought is where'd the fire come from? You're doing it so fast. You like Fei Long in this bitch? You just got kicks that's so fast. Your leg light on fire or what? I mean, what the fuck? Whatever.
Yeah, so maybe based on that, this probably shouldn't just be live action then. And it is what it is. It's like certain things work better in animation. Yeah, that's all I can say. I'm like, no, I hear you. Like with the source, like even I've been a champion of Shyamalan for so long. Like, so I fought the battle, so I understand. And I'm like, yeah. So you apply logic things. I'm like, okay. Now his movie was not great because you tried to do too much. Like you can't do a season in one movie. That's not going to work. But certain elements of it, I'm like, well,
one season and a half, you could probably get away with a 2-hour movie. You probably should have been broken into two. But look, you're coming into this where nobody wanted to make the movie. They didn't want to give you the money to make the movie. He was the one doing all the real promotion to try to promote this fucking movie. It wasn't the studio, it was him. That's why you saw him in the commercials and shit all the time.
Yeah.
He's the one promoting the movie, right? And Hollywood was already trying to shit on Shyamalan anyway. So
yeah, he wasn't.
They came out hard to shit on the movie for him to make sure it failed because he is Pakistani, Hindu, whatever it is, director.
Is he? He's Indian. He's Indian, right?
Indian, my bad. Yeah, Indian. Yeah. Right. Taking over a franchise that could potentially make a bunch of money. You think they were championing that shit? No, they weren't. They shitted on it. They shitted on that in the next movie he did after that, which was, I believe it was After Earth with Will Smith in it.
Yeah, it was.
And they shitted on that one too. That was when Hollywood was really getting tired of Will Smith and tired of M. Night Shyamalan, and they wanted you as the sheeples to move away from them. They shit on both movies. And After Earth was a good movie. Avatar for what it was, Last Airbender for what it was a good movie too. But I also think that he got some shit because James Cameron had Avatar out too. And he took the name.
Yep.
Took all that zeitgeist consciousness of what Avatar means and put it onto his movie, which was fucking Fern Gully live action.
Fern Gully, Dances
Last
with
Airbender
Wolves.
came out. You was like, what is this? What's the Airbender? I thought this was called Avatar. Well, it was until James Cameron came in there and stole that fucking name.
Yeah. Yep.
He got a lot of hype off of that. Oh, the Avatar. Oh, this must be this show. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not this. Yeah. There's a lot of things working against that movie from the onset that people forget about. And the quick soundbite is just to say that the movie was terrible. No, it wasn't terrible.
So I saw The Last Airbender opening night. So I don't know if I shared this story with you, but so I had my cousin, essentially, who's like a little sister to me. Mm-hmm. She was visiting here in the Bay Area. This was like what 2011, I guess 2011, around that time. And I took her to go see Eclipse, the third Twilight movie. So I watched it with her, Eclipse, right? And then I drove her back to Oakland and dropped her off and, chill with family for a bit. But then I had to drive back to San Francisco and then Daly City to meet up with my friends to see The Last Airbender premiere. So I drove all the way back. And after I saw that movie, I said to them, Eclipse was a better movie. And they looked at me like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, it kind of was.
Clips have more going on in it.
It did.
I mean, look, for me, I look at The Last Airbender like a superhero movie. First movie is not usually really going to sell you.
Sure.
It tries to get you involved.
It's an origin. It's an origin.
It's an origin. It's getting you into the world. The question you ask yourself on an established franchise, and it's the first movie, is not how awesome that one movie was. It's based on that one movie. Would you want to watch another one in this world? Because it doesn't get better in superhero movies traditionally until the second movie, where they have more money, they can do more stuff. It's not so much origin story and giving you history and getting you familiar with the world in 2 hours. The second movie, they can just run with it. Like, you should already know who the fuck this is. You know what we're doing. You know where we at. Let's run with the story. That's why the second one's usually the better movie. First one is low budget because Hollywood, like, I don't know how much you want. 100 million. We'll give you 75. Maybe that'll work. Maybe if you prove you can do something with 75, then we'll see about the 100. You do something good with the 75 and actually catch on, people really gravitate to it and like it, get a cult following or whatever. Oh yeah, second movie, yeah, you can get 100, especially if it made a bunch of money. Yeah, you want 200 million? Yeah, you can get that 200 million, but we want some more say so at the same time.
Yep, that's what happens.
Yeah. We want some. We got some stuff we want you to put in there now. Since you proved that you can make it work without this, we got some stuff that we'd like you to put in.
Wakanda forever.
You knew exactly where I was going. That's why you're a friend of mine. Exactly. What was Black Panther and what was Black Panther 2? I'm just saying.
Yep.
It's been proven. Look, I don't know where y'all live in. I live in the real world. I've seen this shit happen many a time over and over and over again with Hollywood. There's a reason why certain things fail. There's a reason why certain things work, especially when you're dealing with Hollywood. And usually they betting on the failures. They're betting on the failures. That was Batman Forever.
Hey, Batman Forever wasn't that bad.
Wasn't that good either.
I mean, it was okay. It was fine. It was
Batman
fine.
and Robin. How was that shit?
Okay, now
like,
no. I ain't defending Batman and Robin, but Batman
you
Forever.
You can't. I mean, you can try, but you better have Wonder Woman's lasso of truth and them bracelets out. Like, no, there is no defense for that shit. Holy rusted metal, Batman. What? No, the metal is holy and rusted. Shut the fuck up, dude. Really? Me up, Uncle Alfred? Like, Alicia, what are you doing here?
I mean, I had my parents buy me them. My parents bought me them toys though.
Yeah, they did. They sold a lot of goddamn toys off that shit.
Because what did Joel Schumacher say? What did he say? Like, you watched.
You never watched any of that shit. He only knew Batman from the campy show.
No, not even that. But like, you've done the research, right? Watch the videos like behind the scenes where he literally said he's on set of the film of Batman and Robin with like a microphone. He's like, remember, we're all making a cartoon and we're selling toys.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that's it.
I didn't see that one.
This is a fact. This is a fact. So, and I bought into that. I was a kid at that time, so my parents bought me the damn toys.
Cartoon, we're selling a toy. Holy shit! And MasterCard, or whatever the fuck it was at the time. I put it on my charge card. Like, what the fuck is that? The back credit card. Do you need one of those? Like, the car, just like the car. I'll get takeout. Like, oh my fucking god, really? Anyway, let me go get the Batman cup from Taco Bell.
Yes.
Oh shit. All right. So about 2 hours in, like, share, subscribe, support the streams, and feel so inclined. We did the Century, we did that. There's still one other trailer that I can watch and react to. I didn't say though. I will watch the Last Airbender show on Netflix. I will watch that because I do like Avatar: The Last Airbender show. I thought it was a good show for kids. Me and my kids watched it. I really thought it was well put together show as a cartoon. As you know, I don't shit on M. Night Shyamalan for doing the movie. Could the movie have been better? Yes, there were some problems with it, but I told y'all before, there are no perfect movies. And I've seen some of the shittiest movies ever made, and that wasn't one of them to me. My knowledge, my filmography in my damn head, it wasn't one of the worst ones. Because every time I say that, the one movie I keep thinking of is the Fountain with Hugh Jackman. That shit was bored as fuck. I was mad I was even watching that shit. And I have seen The Crying Game. And I walked out of that movie for real because I didn't know what the fuck was going on until I saw a dude going down with another dude. What the fuck? Oh, I wasn't ready. I got to get out of here. It's not the movie for me. I'm trying to make out with a chick in this shit. I can't do that shit with a fucking little penis on the screen. What the fuck? Yeah. That's how they shocked us back in the 90s. So I would see the last Airbender show. I'll watch it. I'll check it out. I'll also check out Yu Yu Hakusho because I'm curious. And if it's not if it's an amalgamation of 4 seasons worth of material, watching it on Netflix is just a way to see if I would want to invest in watching all of the other stuff. Because I'm sure if they're amalgamating all that stuff together, it's a lot of stuff that fans have, and it's a lot of series to go through, and they're probably trying to throw everything against the wall one time to get people interested to see a season 2 where they can actually do it more correctly. That's probably what it is. Try to get that fan support off the bat, because Netflix knows they've been failing with some of these shows. They know that shit. So if they going hard on this one with the fan support right up front, trying to show y'all love, they really want you to come back and watch their shit. They really do. Because accuracy is high. Accuracy is going to have to be the high point on this stuff.
Yeah, nah, Artisan. I'm gonna have to drive up to your place. I'm gonna have to go to the Den of Debauchery, and we're gonna have to watch some Yu Yu Hakusho proper.
Yeah, well, that'll be what had to happen, because there's a lot of it, and I'd have to delve into it. I'd have to binge it to try to get into it, but it's the same thing with watching One Piece. I'd have to binge.
Whoa. Yu Yu Hakusho is only 112 episodes, no filler. One Piece is like 1,000.
Okay, 112 is my number, so that's actually a good number to watch.
Wait a minute.
The modern anime shows just keep dragging on their fucking seasons forever. That's the same reason why it's like Rurouni Kenshin. It's like it's only so much I can watch that. Or what's the other one with the little cat demon dude? What is? I want to say Love Hina. That's not what it is. But Inuyasha, that one. That fucking thing is long as hell too. It's like
Inuyasha is Inuyasha is controversial. I don't know. This is me. I don't think you need to finish it.
I don't think you need to finish.
I don't think you need to finish it. But
coming at those ones that are super long like that in the middle is automatically I don't necessarily want to get into watching it, because it's too much. It is an undertaking. You have to be like off work or on a summer vacation to try to get through all of that shit. And I'm not a kid anymore. I don't have that much dedicated time to just watch that one fucking show to catch up on all of that shit. And then the question is, what am I catching up for? Who am I about to talk about this shit with? Nobody. They're not interested.
And the fact is, Yu Yu Hakusho, I mean, yeah, I guess it's crazy. It's considered old school now. I'm going through an existential crisis. 35. So for people, they're like, Yu Yu Hakusho, oh, that's like old. I'm like, wasn't that like 10 years ago?
Yeah, fuck you. 10 years is not old.
No, but it wasn't 10 years ago. It was longer. But like in my head, I'm like, wasn't that just 10 years ago? Oh, damn it. All right. Yeah. But the point is, Yu Yu Hakusho is shorter than Bleach, Naruto, One Piece. I mean, throw some of these other titles out, but it's shorter
Dragon
than
Ball,
all of those.
Z, GT, Budokai. I mean, not Budokai. It's not one, Budokai, but you know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Budokai,
you know what I'm talking about. The Dragon Ball. Holy shit.
That's the PS2 games and PS3
Yeah.
games, man. What you talking about? Those are some good games. But
No,
anyways,
they are. That's why I mentioned them. But it's not part. It's not one of the names in the series of anime. It's how you can differentiate between what the fuck it is you're watching. It's like watching Gundam. Like Gundam Wing is just one section of that shit, but you can get to some other Gundam shit forwards or backwards on the timeline, and you have to understand what the hell it is you're watching because it ain't numbered. It's the title that'll tell you what characters you're looking at if you watch this. It gets involved. Okay, let me read this comment. What pisses me off at times was suspenseful action scenes. Special effects was not necessary. Same special effects in the movie Push would have worked in Avatar with less budget. Different director, different production house doing the animation. That's why none of this stuff. That's why I always want people to give me an example of what was bad and what was good when it comes down to special effects, because you understand this is not being all made by the same production house. It's not. I mean, take the Matrix movies. Why is Weta or Escape, special effects house? They don't do the same thing. Yeah, they both use computers, but they don't do it the same way. So the company that developed the whole bullet time effect and stuff like that isn't the same special effects company that may do bullet time today. It's not. It's not the same company. It's not Industrial Light Magic. You have to understand who these different special effects companies and houses are, so you understand their style and how they do it. Some people do some shit better than others, and ILM is pretty much the standard. Weta is Creature Shop, mask makeup and costumes and shit like that. Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings kind of shit. Yeah, they'll do that also, but special effects, maybe it's not they forte, not their specialty.
I feel like Weta did the Planet of the Apes and stuff like that too.
Practical effects, practical costumes and stuff like that, they'll kill it.
And I mean, motion capture too.
Mm-hmm. That stuff will look awesome. Some of the other stuff, I can't remember. Did James Cameron use ILM? I think he used ILM too. But James Cameron pushes special effects. He's from a special effects background. So he will push and develop technology for the special effects that he wants. That's why his shit looks the way it looks. It's expensive. Everybody can't get that. So otherwise you get She-Hulk shit. Look at the company that produced that bullshit and see what other special effects ventures that they've actually collaborated on and did. You'll see some consistencies. It's the same thing with animation. Different animation studios, how their animation looks as compared to other studios. If you're watching the Clamp Studio stuff, or if you're watching the I'm just pulling this out of my ass right now, Studio Ghibli stuff looks.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch enough anime, you know the difference between the two. You know the difference between that and the Madhouse. You know these studios because you understand what their work looks like. And that work that they've done that you've liked actually gives them credibility. So when you say, hey, this is the people doing a new anime, who's it by? Oh, it's by Madhouse. Oh, shit. So that means it's going to look like this. I know exactly what this feel is going to look like. It'll look like something like this.
Yep. Facts. Yes, sir.
That's Madhouse. Now, that same scene, if you put Vampire Hunter D in there, you got Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, and you know why it looks so fucking awesome.
Yes, sir.
But that's when you get to be a little bit more savvy watcher of this shit, it's just colors and pictures streaming in front of your fucking face. Read the credits.
Yeah, but Aquateki was talking about Push. I'm like, yo, Aquateki, did you see Push? Because that's actually one of Chris's favorite movies.
Yeah,
like Chris, like Chris, I like it too, but Chris loves Push.
Push is a good movie.
A lot of love from Fracture Comics for Push. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Push is good in the same way that I like Scanners, because it takes one ability and just makes the movie about that one ability. There's another movie kind of like Push, and it is on Prime? Or is it on Hulu. I think it's on Prime. And it is, what is that dude? It's I think it's like Josh Duhamel, Green Arrow's brother. All right, the actor that plays Green Arrow, I'm forgetting his name at the moment, is his brother. And he did a movie where the people had powers. And he had a power. I'm forgetting the name of the movie right now, but he was just like an electric, right? He could do electrical stuff. He had electric based powers, but it ended up being that he was actually stronger than that, right? So he's in this world where people do have superpowers, but they might have one. And it's a class of them that have different range of these one powers and stuff. And it gets into a whole class system with this shit. And it was really interesting because his electric power, he ended up being just like somebody who has to work manual labor, like a carpenter or shit like that, because he just has this one ability. It's like, oh, that's actually fucking interesting. So Push was kind of like that. That's all he did. He just had telekinetics, right? But there was some other people around in this world that had other abilities. Now they might have just had that one, but it was other abilities. It made it more fun. And that's your boy Chris Evans before he got to be Captain America. That was one of his earlier movies, this is good. It's a decent movie. So if you like people with powers, watch Push and then watch Slight and compare and contrast.
Dakota Fanning was in it too.
Yep. Yeah, she was. She was I think she was the precog or something like that in that shit.
Yep.
Yeah, precog. Yeah, so she had a completely different power. Oh, and our boy Jaman Hansu. Jaman was in that too. Digimon, like people call
Digimon and Jimon Hansu.
Yeah.
Amistad.
Yeah, Amistad Hansu. Give me free. Was in that shit too. And he had an ability. He was something else. Korra kept airbenders from going extinct and closed the spirit realm. Yeah, she did some fucked up shit too. I like the show overall. I didn't like some of the things that the bitch did. Only thing missing from the first blue hair sex movie was the Native American at the end with the one single tear rolling down his cheek. Oh, okay. You said blue hair sex movie. You talking about the Avatar movie? Got you. Yeah. It was. Yeah, I remember that old commercial back in the day. Like you trashing the environment and making Native Americans cry. Well, that's why you pay them at their casinos now, motherfucker. They can get that money back. And you giving it to them. I remember when I said that. Beastly said he went and got some tickets for the Marvels. Congratulations to you. You ain't seen it yet? You waiting a while, huh? Gonna be behind the curve, dude. I'm thinking about going to see Napoleon next week. Look, I'd already seen the Hunger Games and Killers of the Flower Moon. I was like, I'm about to go see Napoleon. Joaquin Phoenix out there acting goofy, killing up a bunch of people. I'm gonna get my historical on.
I mean, the Marvels was fine. It was fine. It was okay.
Fine. You can watch it and you can be mildly entertained on that shit.
It was just fine. Just fine.
Yeah. Like you said, it's just fine. Like you watched it, you didn't die. Like you didn't come out throwing up in your popcorn. So, like I said, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, but I've seen worse movies. Marvel McFarlane Toys just released Batman and Robin film toys. Yeah, but here's the thing: given who made them, McFarlane Toys. They're gonna be some awesome toys and figures. I'm just gonna say that the movie might be shit. The best part about that movie will be these McFarlane toys. Just saying. Rainfire said, agreed upon worst movie of all time is The Room. You have to be high to get through it. I haven't even seen The Room.
Oh no. Artisan. Mm-hmm. So I've seen The Room at its famous screenings at the Clay Theater before the theater closed during the pandemic. I've seen it where you throw spoons and it's interactive. Now, okay. I'm very familiar with The Room. I bought the Blu-ray and the screenplay and had the director, Tommy Wiseau, sign it for me and took a picture with him. So the fact that you have not seen this, I have to share with you.
I must be educated, huh? I
must share this movie with you. The Room, yes. I'm gonna make sure you watch this. I got you.
Well, he's saying it was a terrible movie. He said Rainfire Stand is the worst movie of all time.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a good movie. But it's like,
making sure we're talking about the same thing.
No. It has a cult following where they had it at these like large screenings, like because it was shot in San Francisco back in like I want to say the early 2000s maybe, and like it has a following and a fan base. And it's not a good movie, but people would still show up to it at select theaters to watch it and laugh. And it's an interactive component of throwing spoons at the screen and all this stuff. And it's an experience, is my point. And the fact is, I have the Blu-ray signed by the director who I met in person, so I got you.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like there's a theater out here that does that. I think it's like the first Saturday of the month or something like that. You used to be able to watch a Rocky Horror Picture Show there, right? And they would give you like little packets of stuff to throw at the screen. Like when it says toast at the screen, you get to throw toast and all this kind of shit at the screen, which is kind of funny. White folks like shit. They like weird shit like that. I don't like cleaning up people's messes personally, but fuck it. You want me to throw shit at the screen? I grew up, you're not supposed to do that. But all right, fuck it. Let's have fun. Let's join the experience. Let's get in the pit. Have some fun. Early 2000, James ILM, Urashi. Dad had the most epic child support dodge ever in Yu Yu Hakusho. He had a child support dodge.
You're a messy.
Yeah, Stephen Amell. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Beastly Nerd. Yes, Stephen Amell.
You're thinking of Robbie though, Robbie Amell.
Robbie.
He's the cousin.
That's the cousin. I thought it was his brother because I think Stephen Amell shows up in the movie at some point.
No, he's in the movie. It's Code 8 or something like that.
Yes, there you go. Code 8.
Yeah,
that was. Yeah. I knew it was a number. It was a word in the number, and I wasn't pulling up the name because I kept wanting to say Code 3 is what I kept wanting to say, but that wasn't it. Yeah, Code 8, and I think it's on Netflix or Amazon. Yes, yeah, she could see the future, which was a different power out of the established powers that everybody had in that world. Push, Jumper, Scanners, The Chronicle, awesome flicks that people with superpowers in a real world setting. Yeah, I would add Slight to that, even though I haven't seen it. I would still add it to that.
Oh, I gotta make sure you see that. I brought it to your pad.
You did.
I brought it to the Den of Debauchery.
Yeah, but we watched that other shit. I know, but I got you. Yeah, but Slight, still want to see that one. And then what is it? Power, the one with fucking hell, Jamie Foxx's ass in it on Netflix. Power Company or whatever it was called. That was actually kind of decent. Power Project. I think that's what it was called. Power Project. Where you got powers from this drug. That was interesting. So people was like Temp V and the boys, like motherfuckers take some shit and get some superpowers for a little while, be kind of like drug addicts afterwards. Beastly's in the movie now. Enjoy yourself. Have fun, nigga. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the movie. You can come back afterwards. The Room is the worst flick ever, but it has a big cult following. And that's what usually, look, if a movie has a cult following, there's something to like about it.
Yep.
Right? That's usually what it means. Like geek movies, superhero movies for a while used to have just cult followings. That's what made them good. The Crow was good because it had a cult following. Blade was good because it had a cult following. That means the mass audience doesn't fucking get it. They don't know what it is and didn't like it. That's where your superhero movies used to live before they became MCU movies, big budget, and everybody wanted to be on board. Same thing with anime. That's where anime used to dwell before everybody got on board and figured out they can make some money at this shit. They were cult followings. That's where the geek audience was. We were the cult. We were the ones who liked something that other people didn't fucking understand. The mass market didn't understand that shit. Why you like that shit? It's all in Japanese. They got subtitles and shit. You got to read that? You don't even speak Japanese. No, I don't. But I can tell you this. When I watch that Yu Yu Hakusho shit, every time I hear something in Japanese, I wish I could speak that shit. Let me mouthing the fucking word. Like, yeah, I think I understand some of that, nigga. It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome.
Yep.
Speak some Japanese. If I can actually converse in Japanese, I'd feel like I accomplished some shit in my life. That and Spanish. Because, you know, I like Latinas and Japanese women. Get my Asian and my Latino on.
How you not know Spanish at this point?
I had one of my exes asked me that before. It's like, you date Latinas? Yeah. You don't speak Spanish? No. How? I was like, they never bothered to teach me? I don't fucking know. I speak enough, apparently. Look, I've tried Spanish twice in school. I've tried Spanish twice in school. I failed both times.
How you fail Spanish when your name Antonio?
Just wasn't getting it. The way they were teaching it. Like, I can tell you one way I did it because it was in summer school, right? And I was in high school. I went to summer school not because I had to, because I wanted to, because I wanted to graduate early. And that's what I did, right? I'm a nerd like that. I do well academically. So certain things I would do ahead of time just so I had extra credits. That's why when I got to my senior year, I didn't have to go to no other classes. I could cut class and not cost me a grade at all because I was already done. My credits was in. I was ahead of the game, not behind. That's what I like to be. So anyway, we got to this class in summer school, and it was at El Cerrito High School. The Gauchos, my rivals, because I was a Kennedy grad. I was an Eagle, not a Gaucho. Fuck you. But we went there, and the teacher, younger white lady, she knew some of the kids in the class because they all went to El Cerrito too, and she wanted to teach the whole class in Spanish because she figured that was the best way you was gonna learn it. And I'm like, not gonna learn it if you don't speak it at all. She had some of these people in like Spanish 2 or some shit like that, so she taught the whole fucking class in Spanish. Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. Like, oh my god! So I got a D in that class. I got a D in that class in summer school, nigga. Like, that's like depressing and dumb.
Shit. Okay.
I wasted my time to get a D. Fuck you. It's like that was too much. That was too much. The second time was, I think, a little bit in the first time I went to college because I went to college for a while after high school, and then I dropped out because I was having my son. I dropped out of college.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And that wasn't working right because I wasn't focused on it. It was some of the same shit. And this time it was like a black chick. It's like, yeah, you motherfuckers with this. No, we just gonna speak Spanish because we know how to speak it. Look, if you know something and you can't teach it to somebody else, you really don't know it. You really don't know it. You learned it, but you can't teach it. Well, you're worthless. Look, you got to start somebody back from the basics. I mean, think about that. We all speak English or broken versions of it. If you had a kid right now and had to start teaching them how to read English, could you fucking do it? Sounding out their vowels, where your consonants, stresses, English to build up to other words. Could you fucking do it?
Oh yeah. I could do that. English, yeah.
You working? You kind of admit it. You working in school right now with dumb motherfuckers. So,
damn.
Challenged ass kids. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you could. But just a regular everyday person, you get so used to doing this shit, you don't even think about how you do it sometimes.
Sure.
That's the thing. That's what was happening in the Spanish class. They weren't there trying to, okay, we're going to start you from basic, no knowledge at all and start you up. No, they started from like, oh, you should have been speaking this already. Let's go.
Damn.
I'm about to fail this fucking test. I can tell you that.
Damn. All right, I got you.
Yeah, so I failed it twice. I know some Spanish. I can understand some Spanish. Not a lot because I don't keep up like that, but I don't speak it. I just don't speak it. There's little stuff I can say, like my coworker at work. She'll say stuff to me in Spanish every morning. She will. She knows I don't really speak a lot of Spanish, but she'll say stuff to me in Spanish every morning, and I'll respond to her in English. I don't respond to her in Spanish because I don't think in Spanish. I think in English. And that's the difference. My daughter and my son speaks Spanish fluently. My daughter can speak Spanish, but she speaks French fluently. Because they learn how to think that way. That's what they've had the whole time growing up. I didn't. It's just what it is. Beastly laughing. You better not be laughing at me not speaking Spanish. Because I can tell you this, any Latina chick I've been with, she liked the way my tongue moves. Not because I was down there chowing down on the lunchbox. Not because I spoke Spanish. My room is so bad, I watch it just to see how bad a movie can be. People quote stuff from it. It's a cult classic. European playing Americans in a movie badly. It's so funny. Okay. Dark City is another good one with somebody with powers. Where the world is not what you think it is. Tank Girls, cool. Lori Petty, cult followings. Exactly.
See, if a StreamYard wasn't acting up and you could actually see my face right now, I'd hold up my Room Blu-ray signed by Tommy Wiseau. But you know, since StreamYard don't like me.
Yeah, you have to come out and go back in to see if they want to fuck with you again.
So wait, okay, maybe I'll like sign out and try to come back in so you can actually see me instead of just a damn black screen.
Green. This JT.
So let me try. I'm a like sign out real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said something. My StreamYard start dragging. It's not fucking with me. All right, so we got one more. We got one more trailer. Problems. I'm not. You are having connection problems, StreamYard. I'm not having a connection problem. Now what? Assholes. Beastly said, yes, I am, because it's the same situation for me. Date Latinos and don't speak a lick of Spanish. And that's one of the things I want to fix in this next year. That's one of the things I want to fix in this next year. I would like to actually, I really would like to be able to conversationally speak to a Latina woman. Just the same way as some Asian chick, I like to be able to speak to her in her language. I mean, as a black man, it's all open to you anyway. You should know how to do all of this stuff, speak different languages. You just get pigeonholed into not doing it because of the culture you come from. They despise intelligence. They despise intelligence, especially in black men, which is why that should be the main thing you embrace. You should embrace that shit. All that shit that black culture hates about you, intelligence, you ain't going to jail, you actually got a good credit score, shit like that. All that shit they despise, you should actually embrace wholeheartedly. You want to change the black community? Embrace that shit. And then fuck with people who respect you for that. Because I have not met a woman out of a different culture who has not respected my intelligence. They don't like having to deal with it because they're looking for the ignorant thug, walking dildo. But they get put off a little bit because I'm not that. I'm not that. That's what puts them off a little bit because they're not expecting the backbone. But all the rest of this shit they like because you can have a conversation. I mean, why would a black James Bond work? Because people like seeing a smooth black man who knows how to work in the world, not just one area of the world, which would be the hood. I operate outside of the box, and I intend to remain operating outside of the box. And the box is stereotypes. I like stereotypes. I try to break those motherfuckers as much as I can. But that's just me. So I got this other trailer up here. I'll do this trailer and then we can talk about some of this other shit because then we can talk about that Madam Web stuff and more ideas I had on the whole Madam Web Sony thing, how they can actually get some really interesting stories popping with that. So I'm going to watch this trailer. I'm going to like this video. Haven't even watched it yet, but I'm liking it because I'm watching it. That's the free toll. And here we go.
This kid puts on quite a show.
I have eyes on the target. He does not look all that threatening.
Looks can be deceiving, Your Highness.
Are you sure you do not want any backup?
Nah, I'm great with kids.
You thought the story was over. But it was only just beginning. I don't do sequels. Normally. But things have gotten a little twisted. In the multiverse.
Oh, that's Battle World.
Who is this handsome dog?
Like this music.
I've been looking for you
Our favorite strain.
for a long time.
Oh, Echo! Get the
Just
fuck
be
out of
careful.
here!
I don't think I can bear to narrate what might happen next.
Darcy, we got a code red. The Avengers Tower's been overtaken.
On Christmas? What is this, Con Air? No, wait, Under Siege? No. Oh, that's not it.
Hey, John McClane, focus.
My heart. All right, so what if part 2 trailer? Or what if season 2 trailer? I was into the trailer. I was actually into the trailer. I like the music choice in that trailer. That was actually getting me. That version of Black Panther, that costume on Black Panther, I think that showed up recently in Marvel Future Fight. It's one of the costumes that I just got for Black Panther. Yeah, Malika, it does look interesting. I will say that it does look interesting. I want to know who that kid is, the telekinetic kid is, which is interesting. I was thinking one part of that got me excited when they're all racing in cars, and that reminded me of Battle World from Secret Wars, because there was a race, and it might not have been Battle World. In the show, in the trailer, it might not have been Battle World. In my mind, it referenced Battle World because in Battle World, the Ghost Rider was the best racer on this little race that they had. But that race was full of other versions of Ghost Rider is what it was. So that wouldn't be what it was. In the games, what's his name? I need to eat some food. Jeff Goldblum's character was there. So he's involved in the race. So it's probably happening on his planet. But I think that's that part with Gamora that was cut out of season 1 and that they rolled into season 2. So I'll definitely watch it. I like animation. I like Marvel characters. I did like the show What If. So I'll definitely watch it. There looked like some interesting stuff going on in there because that last chick that was walking out solo, she looked like it might have been Madam Hydra or Viper or something like that. I'm interested to see who the hell that was supposed to be. But yeah, why wouldn't I watch that? Why wouldn't I? Double toast to his lives. What's good, brothers? I'd watch that. I'd actually check that out. There's a lot of stuff in there that if you want to start going through it and slow stop motioning it, you could actually pick out what characters or what and spend some time on it. But the way I react to videos is I watch it one time, and then you get those impressions from seeing it one time, not researched and stopped and started and shit like that. Child support thing. The child support thing in Yu Hakusho was a dude impregnated somebody and the baby came out 12 generations later. Holy family trees back. 12 gen. So what happens when you be fucking with them demons, man? 12 generations later. Stop fucking with them demons. You know how to have them problems. Beeson said he might watch this season. I thought you were in the movies, man. Stop texting in the movie. You one of them dudes? I mean, I know I have my phone on night mode when I'm in the movies taking my notes and stuff because I'm not trying to disturb everybody else. You have a whole conversation texting. Watch the movie. Watch the movie, motherfucker. All right, so what if I will put that on my list for the 22nd so I know when it's coming? That may be good for a episodic review. That might be good for episodic review. It's only 9 episodes of the shit. Might be good for a review. I don't seem to do a lot of animated episodic reviews because if I did, I would be doing Invincible right now. But still saying what happens with Invincible. Oh, you got there an hour early. Hour early? It ain't gonna be that full. God damn, an hour early? Dude, is the movie theater way out or something? Your popcorn gonna be empty by that time. You better get a refill. Hope you got a large. I can go for some movie popcorn right now. Now that I think about that shit, who want to go to the movies with me today? I can take somebody to the movies so I can get some movie popcorn. Anyway, so the next part, this Madam Web shit. I'm 3 hours in, so I might think about wrapping this shit up. So let me drop the link for everybody else who might want to come up and talk about some shit. You got something you want me to respond to or give you my opinion on? Definitely throw it in there in the chat. It wasn't my idea. In for a penny, in for a pound, motherfucker. You better speak up sometimes. You there now. You better start making out or something. But let's get into this. So, which one I want to go with? I want to go with the Hunger Games part first because that's actually the one thing that's still looming in my mind big because I did go back after watching Hunger Games Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I went back and watched the other 4 Hunger Games movies again over the last couple of days. And I just finished up last night. I was up late till about 2 o'clock and I finished Mockingjay Part 2. And I noticed a couple of things from watching the other movies over again. One is that this prequel is consistent because even though the prequel was written after the original books were written, film-wise, it is still consistent for that world. So basically, you get to see Coriolanus Snow in Songbird and Snakes. In the prequel, you get to see him as a young man getting into, the university capital and getting involved with the games and stuff. And then by Mockingjay, you see him die after he has been in charge of the games in the capital, and how twisted he goes in a sense. And I thought it was really good having all those together, because I like a wrapped up story in a sense. I like to see a through line in the story, how things develop and people progress and how they change and morph over time. I like that. I like that kind of progression. I like that kind of character progression. And seeing where he kind of started in a sense of being involved with the games and then where he evolved into where he uses the games to kind of punish the populace and shit like that. But still at the end having a little bit of maybe he wasn't being that much of an asshole is a good little turn in a sense because he did understand the districts because he had been in them. He understood them. He understood what the games were about. The other thing I got from it was I really did enjoy seeing Jennifer Lawrence on the screen. She was actually giving some really emotional performances. And I'm like, damn, she was actually doing a hell of a job in this. How old was she? Like 20 something? And I don't know what they do in Louisiana, but apparently I need to go to Louisiana if I want to find me a snow bunny because they be shaped right. They be shaped kind of right coming out of Louisiana. Like, holy shit. Like, I didn't even know that shit. So I did enjoy watching the movies all over again and getting the whole idea of the love story between Pita and the love triangle between Pita, Katniss, and Gale. Anyway, so that part was fun, but also seeing how the story progressed and developed into getting into what goes on in the districts, what actually happens within the districts, how the society is broken down. And it was fun having that prequel out there because, in a sense, watching the prequel first and then going back and watching the other Hunger Games movies is taking you back to District 12 and seeing how the district has progressed since the time of Lucy Gray and from the time that Corleanus Snow was there living in District 12 as a peacekeeper. You see how it has progressed, devolved, or whatever. So you can see why he had such a in the later episodes why he really wanted to kind of break District 12. Really tried to punish them for that shit. It made me actually look up the map to see how big this place was, or Pan Am was, and that it's basically the US and Canada, which I never got for some reason. I guess I didn't read enough of those books. My daughter was, I wasn't. But watching the movies, you can see that apparently the movies made a shitload of money. They made 4 of them bitches, right? The books made a bunch of money. Female protagonists. Katniss Everdeen can be one of your female protagonists when people say that you hate females nowadays. Because by today's standard, that movie was woke as fuck. By today's standard, those movies were woke as fuck. Because the lead character is a female. She kills people. She does. She sacrifices herself to protect her sister. A lot of other people in positions of power are women. The big bad, the main villain, is a male. A gray-haired Colonel Sanders looking white male. And the other dudes around her are support for her. They get it in, but they're support for her. And the main dude that she liked, which ends up kind of being like seen as kind of like a beta male, is the one she settles upon and finally has her babies by, the beta buck. Or, well, no, that would be mixed up because he wouldn't be the alpha. Gale was the alpha, in a sense. Pita was the beta. But she did finally settle down with Pita and have his babies. He gave her children. But Pita, his story, that motherfucker got tortured. And I found myself really into the story now more so that it was a really good emotional story going on with those characters, with journeys they were going through. It made me enjoy the Songbird in Snake's movie more because you saw the impetus of that story again. It's like repeating. It's like one of the things I love about Naruto as a show that some of these themes um, progress throughout that generations, right? Like it's not enough to have Team Seven with Naruto and Sasuke and now I'm gonna forget her fucking name, Sakura, right? It's not enough to have them and then have their teacher there, their mentor there, Kakashi, right? It's something completely different to find out and go back and see Kakashi as that genius ninja on the team with Minato, Naruto's father, as his mentor, and then Obito as his friend from the Uchiha clan, who's not as good as Sasuke. To see that whole dynamic play out and to understand it went further back when you get to um, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. That it carries on. It's the same kind of dynamic always carries forward. Now I can't speak to Boruto because I haven't watched any of the Boruto stuff. I haven't with Naruto's son and whatnot, so I can't speak to that. My son can. I can because I still haven't finished the third Great Ninja War, so I never moved on to Boruto. I didn't move on to that yet because I never finished the Ninja War, and that's where my brain is still stopped at. It's still stopped at the Great Ninja War. I don't want to move on and leave that big gap because it's important for the tie up for me of all those other characters that I've already been watching grow up. So, in a sense, in watching Songbirds and Snakes, you see that love story develop. You see that love for understanding what the other districts actually have to offer and the downsides of being in the capital and the plus sides of being out in the districts. And that longing for simpler times when people were not being so fucking oppressed. And to see that carry over into the actual 4 Hunger Games movies is a good piece of writing to me. Now, one of the things I missed was that Francis Lawrence was the one who directed most of those early Hunger Game movies. So him coming back to direct this one was no big deal at all. And I forgot that he was the director on those movies. But when I saw it, it's like, oh shit! So this is old hat for him. He already know the world. He good. It was a good thing. It was a good thing. So sitting through and now having that entire story in my head from prequel to Mockingjay, it makes me want to see another movie if they could actually get Jennifer Lawrence to come back, and if the writer had actually made more books after Katniss has her children, could they get her to come back and do those? Because that would be interesting. It would be, because apparently that sparked her fucking career, because I didn't know for a time that she was the highest paid actress out there. I'm like, damn, she ain't been in the MCU movie? Imagine that. She ain't bad to look at, I can tell you that much. And she's a pretty decent actress. Better than Brie Larson. Just saying. So the other thing it made me do is want to go back and watch those other young reader books that my kids had read at the time that it got turned into movies, like Divergent, Insurgent, and Allegiant. Those three with Shiley something or other, Shiley Wilson or whatever her name is, and then the Maze Runner movies as well. Because I told you, the freakiest zombies I ever saw was in the Maze Runner movie, the ones that look like plants and shit. And I think that's what they got that Last of Us shit from, because that was freaky. Those zombies in that, what was it, Scorch Games or whatever, that was fucking terrifying. I didn't like that shit at all. It's not cool. Not cool. Well, technically she was Mystique. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I know she was Mystique, but what do you mean? I don't understand the context of your statement, sir. Yeah, so it was good. The story is flushed out in my head. I actually really enjoyed it. I enjoyed my rewatches of those movies. I will take, because I've rewatched those movies, I will contradict Black Bane a little bit and tell him, no, it is not. The premise may have been very similar to Battle Royale, but it goes a lot more deeper than Battle Royale. Because Battle Royale, those kids being in those games were offshoot of those kids being unruly and disrespectful in society. And this is Japanese culture, mind you. And they punish those kids for being those type of ne'er-do-wells in their society. And that's how they found a way to turn them into model citizens. We gonna put your whole class in here and you're gonna have to fight this shit out. Hunger Games, where it seems like it's kids fighting each other with weapons and getting to kill each other, it was similar. That's where the similarities end. There's a lot more world building that goes on and a lot more happening in the world than just kids killing each other at this one event, one day, this one time. A little bit deeper. I own both Battle Royale 1 and 2. I've watched both multiple times. And it's more about the game. It's more about the game than it is about any kind of social movement, any kind of rebellion against oppression and the use of a capital over its people and the stomping out and keeping them fucking hungry as punishment for some past slight. Completely fucking different. Technically, she was Mystique. Yeah, she was Mystique, but that doesn't make her an MCU movie, even though the Fox universe is supposedly folded in now. They haven't shown that yet, so we don't know how it's folded in. So, no, she's been in Fox movies. She's been an MCU character or a Marvel character, but she hasn't been in an MCU movie. So, that's factually right. No technicalities. During that period, Hunger Games, Divergent series, and finish all off with The Giver. I did see The Giver too for the Blue Fury, top of the girl power apocalypse action movie binge. Yeah, well, see, that was the thing. That shit would be considered woke now, but this is all millennial stuff. And I don't remember hearing any kerfluffle about the Hunger Games movies, the Divergent series, none of that shit. I don't remember hearing anybody complaining about that shit because it was the next properties that Hollywood was trying to use and build off of. And apparently, the Hunger Games ones made a shitload of money. Apparently, they're dropping one of those bitches every year. The dates on those movies I was looking at, what was it, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. They were dropping one a year. Every fucking year. That chick had a job for like 4 or 5 years just off that. And the pay was going up. She was getting her money. She was getting paid to play that one character. Look, she don't look bad in a skin tight suit. Shooting arrows and shit. She might actually be able to shoot somebody with a bow and arrow now. Don't know, but she a decent enough actress. Shiley. She cute. I don't know what happened to her. She just fell off the map all of a sudden because I remember watching the Divergent movies too. Because there was a time me and my kids was at Barnes and Nobles every week buying books. And they got into reading a lot of stuff. And that's fine. I like that. So most of these series I knew about from them. And if I didn't read some of them with them, we were all reading it together. They're reading it on their own. So, like The Giver, my daughter read that in school. I never read The Giver, but I watched the movie. I was like, okay, that was interesting because I like seeing how societies are constructed, right? And not all of these are post apocalyptic. 1 second. It's fucking chilly in this bitch. Oh. Turn on the heater, man. I got no carpet in this bitch. I got hardwood. There we go. Thank you, Mad Villainy. What's good with you? Shaylee Woodley. Yeah, I was forgetting her athlete. Shailene Woodley. Yeah, she's cute. She's kind of looks like a almost like Jennifer Lawrence. She just have a little puffier cheeks. But yeah, she's making her money off of that shit. What up, Dr. T? What's good with you? I went over the Stephen Young Century thing in the beginning of the stream. So you catch it on the replay. So yeah, I didn't have a problem with that stuff, but in today's world, they would be called woke as shit. But I really don't remember hearing any smoke for none of these movies at that time. But because you heard no smoke about it, these are female protagonists in a popular series. Anytime somebody was telling you that, oh, you hate women in lead roles, instead of having to point all the way back to the stuff in the 80s that the Gen Xers know, like Sigourney Weaver, Linda Hamilton, Ellen Ripley, or what the fuck is her name now in the show? I forget her name. You know, the chick from the Terminator. Instead of having to point back to them, you can also point to some of these modern examples too. Like shit, I didn't have a problem with Katniss Everdeen. Katniss Everdeen got my daughter a whole bow and arrow. Got my daughter out the house and wanting to learn how to shoot a bow. And because she had a father, not just a mama in the house, I bought her a fucking bow and let her shoot that shit outside. Taught her how to do it. She still got it. So I don't have a problem with that. That is some female empowerment in some senses. What, a girl can learn how to hunt? Yeah. Yeah, girls can. Just like guys can. Some of this shit translates back and forth. It's not gender specific. But I like that character of Katniss because Katniss did stand up a lot. And she did struggle. She did get her ass kicked. She wasn't Mary Sue. She had to train. She liked men. Exactly, Mad Villain. That's my whole point on that shit. Leads just have to be written well. The gender don't matter. The color don't matter unless it informs how the character sees the world. That's it. Right. If you write a character and you want them to have all this powers and stuff like that, that's all well and good. But when you start throwing different things on it, okay, what gender is it? Is it a male or a female? The reasoning for even throwing that in there is to understand how they approach the world that they're in. The whole emphasis on putting, okay, now what ethnicity are they? Informs how they interact with the world and how the world interacts with them. So technically, those two things don't actually matter if the character is well written. This is just some little spices that gives you more nuances to that character. Because if it's a female character, you wouldn't write her having a conversation or altercation with a guy in the men's bathroom. Wouldn't be that way, would it? I mean, it could, but then it begs the question, what the fuck she doing in the men's bathroom anyway? Or she was really into whooping his ass because she went into the men's bathroom after his ass. Oh, shit. This dick swinging all over the place in there. She don't give a fuck. Yeah, but they just have to be written well. That's the whole point on that shit. So as a whole, I enjoyed the Songbirds and Snakes movie more after seeing the other 4 Hunger Games, after watching the other 4 Hunger Games movies, because it did fit together nicely. Not as good as the first 3 Underworld movies, how it makes a perfect circle. It does, story-wise, it makes a perfect circle, which I've rarely seen done that damn well. Shout out to Kevin Gruvos for that shit. This one does have a good through line where you're interested in the characters and will want to see more. So for that one. The other thing is the whole Madam Web thing. Now, I did that reaction to the Madam Web trailer, and then me and Black Bane were talking about it some more, and I found some other interesting. I had some other interesting ideas on that I'm thinking the movie could be good. And not because it has a bunch of women in it, just because it opens up to a lot of potential. And I do have one correction to make. The Latina girl that's in it, she is not Spider-Man's daughter from an alternate timeline. She's not. Far as I remember, is Anya Corazon is what her name is still in the regular 616 continuity. But she is Araña. She is Araña. Spanish for spider. She is another spider girl with spider powers. So that every character, female character in this Madam Web movie, is a spider woman or girl. They all will eventually end up having spider powers. And that's kind of cool. Because I like Jessica Drew's Spider-Woman, OG Spider-Woman. I like Julie Carpenter's Spider-Woman. I do. Araña was cool. I didn't read her that much because she's a newer character. I didn't read her that much. And then the black chick, Maddie Franklin. I don't know that much about Maddie, but she's in regular 616 continuity right now, running around as Spider-Woman because I had to do some research. Okay, I'm fine with that. Is Silk in it? Not that I see. She should be. Cindy Moon should be in it, but she's not yet. Ezekiel being in it, that opens up a lot of possibilities. I'm interested to see that shit. And I don't have a problem with Dakota Johnson. Dakota Johnson is kind of cute to me. I mean, I'm sure they thought about her being Madam Web when she was tied up on a table in 50 Shades of Grey with a blindfold on. Like, she could make a really good Madam Web. She looks good with a blindfold on. That's what it was. But other than that, why should I have a problem with the show? Why should I have a problem with the movie? What actual complaint should I actually have? That's what I don't get about people when they have these complaints about movies. Oh, it's all females. It's all this. What is the real complaint? I don't have a problem with a bunch of chicks. I really don't. Unless they come out their mouth saying some dumb shit like, Rachel Zegler. She said some dumb shit. Because she says some dumb shit, the movie that she's in, which is not terrible, is going to get shit on ridiculously. She sings really well. Her accent leaves a lot to be desired sometimes. That shit got on my nerves. But no, she acts really well and she sings good. Obviously a talent. But that'll get completely overlooked because, the certain members of the fan base want to shit on you for doing anything now because you said something against them. They want to make sure your shit burn like a mad bitch. They want to make sure they burn down all your shit. They're going to key all your cars and bust out all the windows. Yeah, she is more girl next door. She is more girl next door. She is. She's straight up girl next door. So that works. But you realize, and Black Bane pointed this out, that the movie is happening in the past because they have Palm Pilots and shit. I'm like, good, because Madam Web is an older character. She's usually older when she's interacting with Spider-Man. She's not young. So the choice to make her a younger woman and a woman just discovering her powers, just getting her powers, means that it's back in the past a little bit. They're going with that. Good. So now you're getting the origin story of Madam Web and these other spider women who haven't become or haven't gotten their powers yet. Sounds like some good multiverse storytelling or potential storytelling to me. Because now you can have these other Spider Women showing up and give you a glimpse of what's possible without having all these spider people in one movie. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. If Sony wants to do a live action multiverse or live action Spider-Verse, I'm actually fine with that too. I told you. Spider-Verse was one of those stories that I actually loved from Marvel, that they actually stuck the landing on that bitch. Because Marvel crossovers sometimes, they can be really good in concept, pretty good in execution, and sometimes they will just fumble, fuck up, break their ankle or whatever on the landing. It's like, oh man, that was shit. That's not the way you end it, because they're so worried about going into the next thing, right? Spider-Verse, they stuck the landing on that. That was a good place to leave it. They left it in a good spot and let you know what was going on. And it worked in tandem with all this bullshit going on in the multiverse with the incursions and everything else. It helped lead right into Battle World, Secret Wars. So it worked, and it was internally consistent, which had everybody, spider people, getting some shine, and had Peter stepping up to be that alpha spider that got him out of the young, wisecracking young superhero, that Peter was actually leading people. What the fuck is up? That's what I want to see for Peter. Hell yeah, grown up Peter Parker. Not I got to be the kid forever. No, hell no. He's too experienced. He's been doing this too long now. He got to be the lead, a leader, and that's what I loved about it. So if Sony wants to go there with that stuff, look, they're doing all right now. They're doing all right now. Their movies are outselling Marvel solo movies by themselves. So maybe that's what needs to happen with the MCU. Maybe they need to be more in charge of actually making sure the story is consistent and has some continuity than making this shit. Because the stuff that they actually do in concert with somebody works better because somebody can tell them fucking no. Because somebody not being able to tell anybody at the MCU no is She-Hulk. So maybe they need to be able to hear her no. They need to be able to hear her no. And say, no, we ain't doing that shit. Kids with the credit card is not always a good thing. As far as Madam Web, Ezekiel being there, I want to see the Inheritors on the screen. If the Sony can get us closer to having more Loon and the Inheritors show up on the screen, then let Sony do it. And trust me, I have no love for Sony doing superhero movies. They here and there with it, okay? They're here and there with it. Some things are good, some things are terrible. Like Amazing Spider-Man 2. Amazing Spider-Man 2 was Batman Forever. It was. Jamie Foxx's performance was Jim Carrey's performance. It's the same shit. But Homecoming, No Way Home. Okay, y'all did your deal. Good job. Thank you for bringing all these things back, giving me my geek's wet dream. All the Spider-Men represented in one screen. Cool. You want to do that with chicks? I don't give a shit. I want to see some of these other Spider Women. I do. I don't care. They need some. They need some introduced. Can't just be Spider-Man and Venom running around. And then, yeah, I already said that fine with this female Spider-Man. I do, because I do want to see Jessica Drew. I do want to see a Jessica Drew. A sexy Jessica Drew. Not a feminist Jessica Drew. A sexy Jessica Drew. And if Sony wants to be the first one to introduce it, then Sony's going to be the first one to introduce it. If Marvel has got their head up their own collective asses too much, well, they're going to keep fucking around. Miss the golden opportunities to have these female characters there in a real way and not just a propped up for show way. So, for me, I would be interested to see the Madam Web movie and see what it is. Like we were talking about with the Avatar movie or the last Airbender movie. It's the first movie for a character that most people don't know shit about. A lot of people don't know nothing about that fucking character. So what are they mad about? I mean, really, what are they mad about? Just vaginas on the screen? If vagina on the screen was a problem, porn wouldn't be a thing. So what's the real issue? It's not Spider-Man. They didn't say it was Spider-Man Origins Madam Web. So no, it's not Spider-Man. What's the problem? There are other Spider people. Yeah, Mad Villainy. I already did What If Season 2. I already did What If Season 2. I actually watched the trailer. Oh, excuse me. But with that, I've dropped a link a couple of times. Nobody decided to come up. So I think I'm going to go ahead and end this now and go get myself some actual breakfast and eat some things. I'll see if I can get somewhere to get some popcorn. I'm Spider-Man, damn it. You Spider-Man? Are you really? Look, as soon as I say I'm going to close it out, this nigga always jump up. This nigga right here. What up, Trigger? What up, my Trigger man? What up, BMT?
Can you hear me, bro? Or do I have to switch to my other phone?
I can hear you.
Okay. I literally just drove my forklift under a truck. So that way I can just sit up here and just bullshit around.
He said he drove his forklift under a truck. Okay.
It was a good show today. It was an anime/comic book show.
Yeah, it was actually a geek show. I didn't talk about a bunch of personal shit, which I know I need to stop that shit because some people was actually, ghost watching my shit and stuff was coming out of their mouth where I'm like, they watching my show and heard that. Got you.
You know what? The thing about it is, I don't mind it because you're human.
Mm-hmm.
You're human, and that's a problem that a lot of people. That's why some people don't like certain movies. It's because they don't want the character to be human. Like Peter has his flaws as a human. He wants love. He wants Uncle Ben. He has different grieving processes, but he also has to be Spider-Man. So you sharing it like, hey man, I have to balance between working my life and also being a father and a grandfather. Yeah, I'm a fucking man.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing wrong with that. And also I'm still a geek. Listen, I like a lot of BMT, you don't be coming out to the conventions. Yes, I have fucking bills, damn it. I have kids. They go to school. Right. So
other shit to do. But I can't make it to every convention. And look, me being a geek is not defined by how people define it for me. It's what I define it as, right?
Right.
I've been a geek for a long time. I've been to conventions. I've been to conventions that were small that turned into big things. I've already been invested in this shit. You can't come around behind me and tell me how I need to be defining the shit for you. Go fuck yourself. I was defined before it was a thing. I was vested before it was a thing. Way before 2000, I was already deeply involved in this shit. So like, I went to a resident's house the other day, and he was talking about one thing, and I passed his little alcove room that he had, and he got magic cards laid out on a little pad like he's building a deck. And we were just conversating. I said, yes, and I'm a magic player. His eyes lit up. You do? You are? How long have you been playing? I said, like, since 93. Oh, shit. You probably know a lot. Yeah, I do. I'm looking for a
Right.
game. I'm looking for a game.
And you know what? I bet you if you were to tell him, I'll come back with my deck, I'm willing to tell you he would be waiting for you.
Yeah, I told him. I said I got a deck in my car. So
Oh shit, you made it a day.
Yeah,
You made it a day.
because some of this shit is old to me. Some of it is old to me. It's not new to me. So it's not that I'm insulting anybody by saying I'm older than you. I just don't come at it from the same way you do because I've seen it too many times already. So when I say I'm a geek and I like it for these reasons, I have those reasons because it developed when the shit was new. I didn't develop it after 2000. I didn't develop it just because it became popular. I was in it before it was popular.
Right. I think one of the enjoyable things about today, I guess I'm reviewing how you did today's episode. It doesn't always have to be a debate about stuff. Like how I enjoyed when the guest came up and, like he said, like, no, BMT, like there's more seasons on the American side, but on the Japanese side, there's this many amount of series. And I'm like, damn, I didn't think of that. That would be true because of how they would season off versus how because we have to doggone dub it. They don't have to do that. So it would be a lot different. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. And I didn't feel like I lost anything as a man just saying, you're right about that.
No, look, for me, it's nothing for me to say I don't know something or I might have been wrong on something. It's not really anything for me to say that because my thing is to actually be accurate and true to myself. And if I didn't know something correctly or I got it wrong, I got it wrong. What does that mean? I mean, everything else I ever said is now in question? No, it's only in question with you if you just looking for a reason to try to knock me and try to discount what I say and not give me the respect that's actually due. That's the only reason it becomes an issue. Otherwise, most folks can accept that shit. Like Malika says, "Oh, I'm wrong. It wasn't Bendis." Hey, man, it happens. Okay, 95%, 99% right. Oh my God, the world is over. Malika mischaracterized Bendis for creating something he didn't create. I ain't worried about that shit. No, you didn't. And not 10 minutes later, I said something wrong too. It happens. You're human. You're not a goddamn regurgitating computer. So it happens. It's not that big deal.
Right. I appreciated how we all were, how people were able to emphasize on what they liked from the shows, the directors, and it was fun. It was good. It was good spirited. At that, we didn't always have to agree. Some people like a season 1. Some people like a season 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Me, I enjoyed Court very deeply.
Mm-hmm.
Other people like, man, female empowerment. I'm like, dude, like she got humbled so many damn times, dude. Like,
look, I can say that Coral got humbled because she came in there with all that bluster and all that fucking evil. I'm an Avatar. Recognize it. Recognize it. Right? And that bitch got humbled a bunch. That's what made you like the show. That's why I said she was the worst Avatar ever, but she was the worst Avatar ever because she came in there with all that goddamn ego. She had to get checked multiple times. Multiple times she got checked and humbled. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
You can kind of feel for a little bit like, yeah, bitch, that's what you get.
So, and that was the thing that I saw in the chat. They were like, there was no journey for her. I'm like, that was the journey. You can think you have everything and know nothing. And that's a proverb. You can know everything and really know nothing. And there's been plenty of heroes that think they have it like that and have no type of, like, no offense, but Miss Captain Marvel is the strongest hero in the MCU. And guess what? Nobody likes her. Nobody likes her.
That's how they brought her in. They brought her in as to be this feminist icon like that she can do no wrong and have no flaws. And it didn't resonate with normal fucking people.
Right.
But I tell you, watching this most recent movie, I actually feel a little bit something more for Captain Marvel now because it is showing her that, and she is being accountable that, you know what, I fucked up. I cost a lot of people their fucking lives, and I don't know how to fix it. That's a big step for that fucking character. That's growth for that goddamn character to actually have her saying, I messed up. I didn't know what I was doing, and I don't know how to fix it. And actually having the people who looked up to her actually helping her, teaching her, telling her how to fix it. That's growth for that fucking character. I like the character a lot more coming out of this movie than I did in the first one. First one, fuck that bitch. I told you, the special effects look good. I don't watch that movie often. I hated that shit. I was irritated watching it the first time. Like, this bitch is irritating. Holy fuck. I wasn't happy to see her show up in Endgame because it was still the same irritating shit. This version of her, I give her some slack. All right, Carol, you working on some shit. Look, you don't know it all. Thank you for admitting it. You don't know it all. Let's get this shit right and get it fixed. You fucked up the whole planet. Having a mad little tiff. Little mad. Fucked up the whole planet and cost people their lives. Yes, you need to fix that shit.
But you know one thing, and we had a conversation at a table, and one of the things about it was, and I said, what if Tony would have actually had sat down with Cap, and all of them said, "Hey, I had a vision of what was going to happen to us." No, he couldn't have done that. They wouldn't understand. No, did he try to do that? Did he ever attempt to talk to his friends and say, "Hey guys, I saw this purple guy with the chin. That's Thanos. You know, we all know who he is." What? Y'all know who he is? Yeah, of course we do.
No.
He didn't share it.
Nope.
He didn't share it. So it's one of those things where you can know everything. But mind you, Thanos knew who Tony was. He's like, "Hey, it's good to see you again, buddy. What the fuck?
I'm not your friend. How do you know me?" I know everything.
Right. Like, yeah, I've been watching you. You looking at me. You think I didn't see you back?
No,
I can look. You look up to the void long enough, the void stares back.
It stares back and it doesn't blink.
So that's why he said, "Hey, bro, everything you doing, bro. Hey, bro, shit, I been was watching you. I was studying you. That was a good fight. I fucked up my army, but shit, you ain't gonna run that fade on me." And even Peter had to learn that. Peter had to learn that No Ways Home. That's why the Tom Holland it worked in a sense because Tony was that father. The Defenders, Luke had a learning curve. Danny, shout out when you brought up Danny. Danny had a learning curve. Much people want to bitch about fucking goddamn Matthew Murdoch. Matt, oh my God, I get it, his faith. And as much as Frank tried to get him, hey, bro, you got to start killing these dudes and putting them down. Shout out to Foggy and shout out to that damn female. Those two can't Matt. Karen, listen, y'all can complain about Karens, but those two, their power was the power of friendship to keep Matt from crossing that line. That was their friendship.
Well, that's why I was joking with JT about Matt having an issue. Like Matt's issue is because he's Catholic, because he has a moral center. He has a conscience.
Right.
And that's what his weakness in a sense is. It's not his fighting, it's his moral, his mental. Matt is really strong-willed in a lot of ways, right? But his moral compass is what bothers him the whole time.
Scary.
And gets him into some fucking trouble. That's why he can stop being Matt Murdock and be the Daredevil, stop being the Daredevil and just be Matt Murdock, and he goes back and forth because he's dealing with the internal struggle of that shit. He'll beat you to death. He'll beat you to death.
He could easily.
And then he will repent afterwards because he damn near beat your ass damn near to death.
Like, and people don't understand.
The ass whooping he had to get, you know, it don't take that back at all. Like, no.
Like, and people don't understand, and that's why I said I very much I bought the season of Daredevil 1 and 2. Like, he went to penance a lot because he was like, "Yo, I sinned. Yo, I sinned." Like Matt was getting fucked up. Frank was getting fucked up. Like that's great writing when you're seeing the humanized structure of Frank going in the bathroom and beating his skull in because he's like, I don't want to be like this. I want to have a family, but damn, I can't. I can't be normal. Like that's why I said this Mary Sue. God, I'm so perfect. It fucks up writing. Or the guys, they just are stupid as hell. Like that's why I said I'm for the Avatar. I'm going to watch it because that was Aang's problem. Aang had I'm a monk. Monks don't kill. If anybody ever seen the show,
Yeah, he has his moral issue too.
that was, and everybody said it. Aang, you have to kill the Fire Lord. Dude, I'm a 12-year-old kid that is a devoted monk. Y'all saying fuck my faith and just y'all want me to start killing?
So that's not really what I do. Well, you're gonna have to get up on that because you're gonna have to kill Ozai. Like, I can't do that, man. I'm a kid. No, actually, you're 100-something years old.
Right. That's another thing I don't think people put in this play. He's over 100 years old.
Yeah, that motherfucker was like 10 years old, got locked in ice, suspended animation. He came out like Captain America. Like, no, but it was like 100-something years ago, man. So they all dead? Yeah, they've been dead.
Yeah,
They blew
yeah,
away.
bro. They blew it's
away
just you, bro.
They became one with the air.
That's pretty depressing. That's pretty depressing to wake up and know your kind is practically extinct.
Yeah, everybody you know and they relatives is fucking dead. You the only one, man. Yeah, so that I can understand why, kid mentally, age-wise, he old as shit. But like, man, well, maybe I don't want to be killing this dude. Maybe I don't want to. No, you don't have to.
Can I go grieve? Nah,
we ain't got time for that shit. Grieving is for sucker. If you want to grieve, you shouldn't have pouted so long. Shout out to Rainfire.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it now.
Yeah, shout out to Rainfire. He said, I think they're combining Jessica became Madam Web after the Cassandra Webb died. Yeah, that's all in the Marvel wiki shit. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Maybe, don't know, but she's getting her powers after an accident in the movie. She's getting her powers after an accident in the movie. So they could play on that a little bit. The fact that you got Ezekiel showing up means they're doing something towards Morloon. They could lean towards that because that's the only reason to have Ezekiel there. It's the only reason to have Ezekiel there.
That's why I always tell people, read. Well, look how they're putting women in it. I'm like, dude, Peter is not the only spider in the web.
No,
he's not the only
alpha spider, but he's not the only spider, like you said. He's not the only spider in the web. There's a lot of them.
You know what I'm saying?
Peter, Miles, and Miguel is probably the most popular Spider-Man.
Right.
3 most popular Spider-Man outside of Ben Reilly or Kane, right?
Uh-huh.
Eddie Brock, Cletus Cassidy, they're an offshoot of Spider-Man. So it's there. I don't have a problem with some of these other offshoots of Spider-Man being the chicks. Because Jessica Drew, mind you, is not connected to Spider-Man at all. She does have spider powers, but she is not a spider person in the same sense that Peter and some of these other people got their spider powers. She's not. So she's in the Spider-Man universe, but not connected to him in the same way. Some of these other characters, Julie Carpenter, Aranya, Maddie Franklin, they are in the Spider-Man universe. So why would I have a problem if I like Spider-Man and Spider people? Why would I have a problem with female Spider-Women? There's a lot of them that exist in the world. I told you. I was reading the Spider-Man, Jessica Drew book when she had the baby and she was a single mama. I was reading that book. It was entertaining. It was funny. Porcupine in there babysitting and shit too. Like, oh my God, you trying to teach this villain how to be a hero? Comedy. Yeah, it was fun. I was reading that shit because I do read these. I give a lot of things a chance. I don't have a problem with a female protagonist. I don't, as long as it's good. If it's shit, I'll have a problem with it all day. That's why I didn't read the America Chavez book, because they changed it into some propaganda piece for LGBT stuff, and the character wasn't even interested anymore. The book wasn't that good. It wasn't good at all. I'd rather read her in the Ultimates written by Al Ewing than read that shit. Fuck that. You don't want to sell it. No fucking way. They can ruin.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that some people, like I said, y'all, please go read the Spider comics. They have it's a lot, man. Y'all just gotta say this. It's more than just around Parker. Like Mary J, a lot of, like I said, the Spider-Man man. It's a mantle. It's a fucking mantle. It's a mantle.
Not really.
And
not really. It's a condition.
It is a condition. It is a condition.
They try to make it a mantle, but it doesn't always work because Spider-Man is always Peter Parker in everybody's mind. It's just what it is.
True.
There's very few people that break out of that, because even Miguel O'Hara, yeah, he's a Spider-Man, but he's Spider-Man 2099, right? So you know it's Miguel, right?
Okay.
Miles Morales, you know it's Miles Morales, even though he still goes by Spider-Man. He ain't Spider-Boy, he ain't Spider-Kid, he ain't Spider-Black. He's Miles Morales, Spider-Man.
Spider-Black would have been badass if he said it like that.
Right? Saying it like that makes it sound cool, like Spider-Black. Like, ooh.
I would have bought that.
Well, it can't be Spider-Black because they already got Spider-Man Noir, and Noir is black. It's dark.
That one is cold-blooded, bro. That one is he's just built from a different cloth.
Yeah, Spider-Man Noir is something else. But that's the thing with that stuff. You can have, it's not really a mantle necessarily, but there are other Spider people, and they have their own name. Like, that's why it gets confusing with the Spider Women, because at one point you have Spider Gwen, Silk, and Jessica Drew Spider Woman all working together. Well, technically, Spider Gwen wasn't her actual name. Everybody else was in her universe did call her Spider Woman. She was the Spider Woman of her universe. We just affectionately called her Spider Gwen because she didn't actually have a spider name. She didn't. Nobody else called her Spider Gwen. That's just what the comic was called. When they changed it to fucking Ghost Spider, okay, that sounds cool. Coolish, but she's still Spider Gwen.
Yeah, go back to Gwen. Go back to Spider Gwen. It just worked better. Like and I get that. Like I said, there are some costumes. I think that's why the Spider-Verse worked so well, because it's no different than, like I said, like the God bless Kirby. He must be in artist heaven, still drawing shit from us. Like I said, the metaverses and verses, it's endless possibilities. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to pander. You don't have to rip apart other people's shit. You can go build your own and it will be fine. You know what I'm saying? That's why Peter said, Miles told Peter, I'm not trying to be you. I'm my own. I'm the Spider-Man of Harlem. Oh, okay, that's cool. I can understand that. I get that. I'll do Queens and you go do Harlem. All right, cool. We'll meet up down the street. All right, that's cool. And they're fine with that. They're not trying to step on each other's toes. I think that's something that's very admirable about a lot of comics. I enjoyed it that Luke Cage, Danny got some money, but Luke Cage is about more than money. Like Danny has money, but Danny hangs with Luke, and Luke be like, "Hey, bro, we're like heroes for hire. Really, nigga, I have money. I don't give a shit. We still getting paid.
Yeah, we still can get this money though."
Like
Luke from Harlem, run the jewels, man. We still gonna get this money.
I'm like, Luke, are y'all sure Luke is a good guy?
Yeah, they gotta pay for this heroism. Man. This heroism don't come free. Like,
I be like, damn, Danny, you're a whole fucking millionaire. Why is Luke still strong arming people? I might need to talk to him.
Okay, this is funny. This is on Instagram. I just saw. Sorry, y'all. And this meme saying "living in 2023," and if you see, it's a scene from not Civil War, but I'm forgetting the name of the shit now. It was Civil War, where Tony Stark is fighting Winter Soldier and Captain America, and it says the cost of living, inflation, my paycheck, and my paycheck is Iron Man getting his ass kicked by the Winter Soldier.
That's very true. That is very true.
I was answering somebody's fucking message on Instagram, but that shit caught my eye. It was hilarious.
That is very true. Because goddamn it, boy,
broke you down to
those
your knees.
two. Tony took an ass whoop. I ain't gonna lie. That nerd boy took an ass whooping, but the minute after a while, he said, "All right, bro, I know how to beat you, motherfuckers."
You're out that fight pattern, motherfucker. I know which punches you gonna throw next. I got that ass. I'm about to whoop that ass now.
Hey, but they've been talking shit to each other for like a few years. Like Steve was like, "Hey, bro, you might want to put on that suit." All right, bro.
Tony Stark told him a while back. What is that? I want to punch you in your perfect teeth. Look, it's because Tony's father played Captain America up so much, had so much reverence for Captain America, Steve Rogers, that Tony couldn't help but hate his ass because he wanted that kind of love from his father.
Daddy!
He wanted to be that in his father's eyes. And he never really felt that he was.
Never got it.
So actually having to meet this motherfucker, oh yeah, I want to punch you every time I look at you, motherfucker. Every time I see you, I want to try to kick your ass just to prove Daddy didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
He said that shield is not yours. That belongs to Stark.
My father.
That's my daddy's shield. Take that shit.
I need that, favorite son. To Malika's point, I didn't miss it, Malika. You know how it goes. He said, "What? A woman taking accountability?" That's exactly what Ms. Marvel did in this movie. That's what she did in the Marvel. She took responsibility. And that's why I said it was pretty fucking meta. It's a meta comment on Brie Larson as the actress playing this character as well. It's very meta comment. Nobody talked about that shit, though. Because most of the shit that you see Ms. Marvel dealing with or Captain Marvel dealing with in this movie is meta commentary on fandom at large. It's not in the insulting to you way. It's in a way I understand, I see.
It sometimes, and I think you hit on that last episode, where some people just have blind rage. So rather than actually give an actual critique and review, they just hate it.
Yeah, it's just bias.
And they just give a fire burn. Let's burn the book bias. I'm like, dude, did you at least read the damn book before you started the burning bio?
No,
we don't need to.
I don't like that author. Well, okay.
I'm like, damn, you should at least read it, motherfucker, first before you hate the music.
Why do we never get that cure for cancer? Because you burned the book that the dude wrote it in because you didn't like the writer.
Well, I hate the fucking writer. Fuck him.
Fucking writer. Well, that's why you didn't get the cure for cancer, motherfucker. Congratulations.
You know, I watched when people were screaming cultural appropriation for Danny Rand. And I'm like, but Danny's always been white. Like y'all forgot that the plane crashed and they found him and they took him.
Well, that usually tells you, like, that comment of not liking that why is the Iron Fist white is telling you these people don't read fucking comic books. If that's your problem, you don't read fucking comic books. So you don't know the character. That's all it told me. It didn't make me not want to watch the shit. Because I'm not looking for my vehicle, the vehicle that I can ride in that looks like me, to tell me a story about some character that is not me and doesn't live in the world I live in. I'm not looking. It's called escapism for a reason, motherfucker.
But you know, it's interesting because they made the same complaint about Scarlett Johansson when she did Ghost in the Shell. And they wanted that movie canceled. They're like, oh my God, why would they have a white woman playing an Asian woman? And I'm like, if y'all ever read the comics, the mangas, and actually knew about the show, first of all, the actual Japanese culture had no problem with her doing it. They actually saw it as a really big honor that Scarlett Johansson, the Black Widow, was playing as a right. You know what I'm saying? And if you knew about the Major, her backstory was that she actually envied a dancer, an American dancer, and they asked her, what do you want us to do? I want a body just like her. So they actually followed it like how it was supposed to. Mind you, if y'all ever get part of it, the Major's body changes. That's not well, why does her body? That's because she can do that. She can actually do that to blend in. You know what I'm saying? Like, but again, everybody just wants to burn. We didn't die when we saw Red Sonja, Cena, Cynthia Rockford, all them badass bitches back in the day. What's Murphy's fucking partner? God damn it. The one that female cop in Detroit. You know, I mean, a lot of bad. Judge Dredd had a partner that was a female. We had Ripley. I mean, we had plenty of women that, I mean, yeah, they were getting slapped around, but god damn it, they were fighting back. They weren't that fucked up. You know?
They were doing what they could do in the realm that they were in. That was it. No, they weren't beating everybody, but they weren't out there being a slouch either. 1 second. Let me go grab this food from this DoorDash. 1 second. Carry on, BMT. Carry on.
You know, and so, you know, I always try to tell people, like, so my thing about the Yu Yu Hakusho, and I'm going to say this. I am a huge Yusuke Urameshi fan. I started out watching it long ago. I am deeply honored that they're doing that, because that means that they're tapping into another field of fandom. You know, they've already done a few live action shows from Netflix. And actually, one of their biggest moneymaker shows was Bleach, the live action show. So in doing that, they're like, damn, let's go grab some classics and see where that lands us. Now, this is where we have a problem for some people. Can you get the live action 100% accurate like the comic? Fuck no. You can try, but that's like when they did it with when Bane ran Gotham and Batman through the gauntlet for goddamn, what was it, for like 3 nights straight? You think they have a Lord of the Rings? Well, we can run it that long where, you know, we just putting through all kind of bullshit. No, dude, you only got so much of a goddamn budget, so you got to make it work. Am I thankful that somebody is at least trying to do it? Yes. Am I going to bitch and complain about everything? And I am guilty of some of that. But then I also have to say, you know what? At least they're trying. You know what? Better that we got something than nothing. And some people are like, oh, no. I'm like, you know what? That's like you complaining about a black superhero. So let's say they were to give us Icon or Blue Marvel. Do you bitch about it and say, well, I don't like that Icon or Marvel, they got they're bald, or they have this or they have that? Or do you watch it and support it and say, hey, send some letters in of, hey, could y'all try to tweak this or get this done? Or could y'all try this again next season? So that way they know what to tweak to make it better the next time. That's why One Piece, the live action, is getting another goddamn season. Because they saw the fan base actually gave a fuck.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing
Go
on
ahead,
that.
bro.
You have to give them some feedback. My thing is,
Yes.
if they say they're going to do this show, Cowboy Bebop is a perfect example. They say they're going to do a Cowboy Bebop. Do I want to see it? Yes. Was I skeptical? Yes. Right? Because they only had one other show under their belt of adapting from anime to live action, and it didn't go well, which was Death Note. Even though I like Willem Dafoe, he looked like Ryuko all fucking day without makeup, right? But it didn't go well, right? Okay, fine. You can try it again. Cool. I don't have a problem with you trying again. Just do it better. Now, for the most part, it looked accurate in some senses, but in some other ways, like, one female actress coming out talking shit to the fan base about who she don't look like. That's a real critique. Take your little sensitive ass somewhere and comment. That fucked up your show. Outside of the stuff that you changed in the show from the original material, that didn't work. Okay, I'll give you first season to see if you can try to find it. Right? I'm giving you that credit. I'll let you alter some stuff to see what works and what doesn't. But if you don't take that feedback from the first show and do another season better than you did the first one with that fan response in play, then you don't deserve it. But if you're going to attack the fans for giving you that critique, like, hey, yeah, you did this, but this is not right. These things are not correct. And you get on, feeds about, oh, well, fuck y'all. Y'all just some such and such this and such that. Well, fuck you. Don't do it again. I don't have to watch shit else because you're taking something I love. You're trying to sell this to me. Right. I'm telling you what didn't work for me. You're going to attack me because I didn't like the shit you put out? Well, fuck you. Don't do it again. I don't want to watch it. I'm good.
This is why I remember somebody said, it would be amazing if they did a Skyrim game. I said, they can never do that. They can never do a Skyrim game. Because, and they're like, why not? In the end, you are the character. And you and I both know both our stories are not going to be the same.
No.
You might go with the right. I may go with the Empire.
I got a black spell casting, dual wielding elf. And
Lord, I might have to. I'll see your ass in the valley.
Since G Serotonin put me up on Drizzt, he basically looked like Drizzt. Like, oh shit. Okay, well, I'm good with that. That's just what it is. Just the fuck it is. But yeah, my dark elf do some different shit. Very heroic at times, but don't be fucking around with me when I'm on my little stroll. When I'm strolling through Tamriel, don't be fucking with me. You fucking with me, it's gonna be a whole problem. Bear, frost spider, dragon, I don't give a fuck. I got work for anybody. I got work for anybody. Pick your poison. So, leave me the fuck alone while I'm going about my business and we don't have to have a problem. Why is my phone acting up?
And that was something that travel when the interview, the fans are toxic. It feels like the fans are not toxic. Stop calling them that. They're passionate.
Fans are passionate. They're fans. That's the root of fan.
Right. And Henry Cavill loves his fans.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, listen, you're taking
work that way.
Right. So that man went to his nephew's school. Superman. That man is a kid living his dream.
I say he's a grown man living his dream. You dropped off BMT because you were breaking up in Borgen. So it must have been an Android. Get from under that trunk. But I would say showing fans respect should be paramount if you're going to do something that there's a large fan base for. Even if it's a small fan base, you should show the fans some respect because at the end of the day, you're supposed to be making that shit for them to appreciate. not to disrespect them and the thing that they love. Fans are passionate. Passionate fan bases don't want you fucking up what they love. So you should treat it with some respect if you want to make money off of it and not just see it. Oh, it's another vehicle for me to make some money. It's another stepping stone in my way to becoming a better director. Fuck these people. If that's going to be your mentality, you're going to have a problem because geeks are anything if not passionate. That's what made the stuff stick around for this goddamn long. It's for that love from geeks who appreciate it. That's why there is a fan base for it. Because I can tell you this, there is no fan base for shitty ass Hollywood created vehicles. You can barely get movie watchers to watch some of that shit again. They definitely ain't dressing up like it or having whole conventions around that shit. No. But the things that people do put love into, that do respect it and care about their fan bases, that's why they can have whole conventions just for them. And people supporting it all these years later. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I appreciate BMT for coming up. Appreciate JT for coming up. JT, I'm probably going to call you in a minute because I heard something about a beach. I need some details, not because I'm the girlfriend, just because I'm a nosy older Negro. I want to see you win, man. I want to see you win. So I just want to see what's happening with that. I'm curious. I'm curious about my friends' lives. But with that, thank you to all of you guys for coming through today. Thank you to everybody who donated. It's almost a 4.5 hour stream, which means I got to edit it. I do got my 2 screens set up working right now. What song do I want to end on? Okay, I'm going to end on this one. Yeah, I'll end on this one. It'll probably get me a copyright until I edit it off of there. But thank you guys for coming through. Appreciate you coming through today. Thank you to everybody who donated in the chat. I fell, 3 short? 5 short of the goal today. I think that's what it was. 5 short. So if you're listening on the playback, you can obviously donate, and that will actually get counted for this stream, helping us make the goal. We did go over a lot of good geek stuff today. I kept my personal life out of it a bit, which is good. But it is what the hell it is, man. I am a human being, human living. So appreciate you. The only thing I didn't get into was Invincible, which is fine because I have to watch episode 3. I'll probably watch episode 3 while I'm eating my tacos. So next week we can get at episode 2, 3, and 4 of Invincible because there is some interesting stuff going on there. But with that, I've been artisanmc. I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 7 p.m. UK time. I still don't know what that time zone is called. I'm really missing it. But that's it. I'm artisanmc, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.